Hello and welcome, one and all. It is so good to have you with us this evening, or this morning, or, whatever time it may be on your end. However you may be watching us, whether you're here right now, whether you're here via watching the VOD later, however you're experiencing us, it's just a delight to have you. Hello, as always, I am Celine Calante Love. I am the giant talking rodent you see in the portrait here. Hello, that's me. If you look at the sprites from left to right above us, that is me, and then Sarah, Arday, Kurt, and Fang. We are the Woodling system. We're a plural system that ordinarily is kind of a variety streamer, does a lot of miscellaneous off-the-trail stuff, but lately, of course, we have been on a Pokemon Salt and Shadow kick. This is because we are working on a special challenge run for honors. We're trying to do something that has never been done before. Exclamation point PKSS for more info. Zach the Arion. Subscribe for 37 months. Zach, thank you so much. You are a great chocobo. And let's see who else we have here. Serious Song, it is fantastic to see you. Joni Birdbrain. Hi, Mom. You know you've made it as a streamer when you've got your parents watching you. I'm sure they're very proud. So we are going to dip into Salt and Shadow as always. So we're on 2.2.0 still. I believe that is still the most current version as of this recording anyway. So let's get in. Ignore the other saves we've been making. We have been doing so much offline labbing and stuff. This should be the save that we showcased at the end of the stream last time. So you can match it up to that for verification purposes and make sure we haven't done anything silly offline. Well, I mean, we have, if you look at all this, but we haven't done anything that we're saving. We're going back to right where we were. Everything we are actually doing that counts is on screen. So this is the file from last time. When I say we have been doing a lot of nonsense, so we are approaching the... Sarah Cat, hello. I don't know why the raid notification didn't work, but it is lovely to see you. Sarah Cat raiding with a party of 3. Thank you so much. You are lovely. You are always lovely. It is just a delight to see you and a delight to see your raiders. Hopefully they like what they're in for here, because we are about to do more Salt and Shadow. So when I say I've been busy working on some nonsense lately, it's been a few days, maybe even a week or more, since our last Salt and Shadow stream. And it's not that we've been taking the time off. It's that I've been working on this kind of nonsense, okay? This is... I need my smart person glasses for this. This is the kind of stuff we have been neck deep in for the last several days because we are approaching the end game. We are approaching the champion's throne. We are approaching a point of no return. So we need to have all this nonsense worked out. So it's been kind of like that. So for the first part of this stream, I predict we are actually... most of this is just going to be team building, going around catching an entire shopping list full of Mon that we need, that we can acquire, that might just be handy later. But if time allows, which it really should, I'm willing to go long if it takes, because I really want to do at least the first challenge of the Champion's Throne tonight. Probably not more than that, because we haven't game planned beyond the first one, but I really want... We've been studying, doing our homework on the first challenge for the Champion's Throne for so long that I just want to do this battle. I just want to see if our strategy works. I want to get it out of the way. I want to get one step closer to actually completing this challenge making history, being the first to disprove the dread realization to do Pokemon Salt and Shadow with no sacrifices. Let's go. Let's friggin' go. So, that means the first thing we're going to need to do, actually, we need to get into... And I apologize in advance because I'm very bad at menuing, as always. We need to get into the PC because we're going to make a lot of moves here. We've been well. We've been well. It's we need to get in touch with you and work out server stuff so we can get off Twitch finally. But you know, it's been thank you for the work. It's been good. I've been busy trying to figure out all the nonsense, but it should be worth it. It should be worth it. I'm very motivated to finish this challenge. We are close. All we have to do now is the Champion's Throne. And I say all we have to do like that's not a big deal. It is. There are a lot of battles ahead of us, and they're the toughest ones. But we made it this far, okay? We beat up the frickin' moon. They have an Ultra Beast. They have Mono War, which has been very lovely for us, a very lovely addition to our team. So we are going to... I mean, they have more, but we just don't have access to them yet. So we're going to make some moves here. There are a bunch of Mon in the boxes that after I've been, like, going through one by one, looking at their stats and just seeing what we can do with them, decided, nah, we're not actually going to use this one, so we're going to just retire them to the other boxes. So you can go here. And the reason we're doing this is we need to make room because we're moving some party Mon into the bench. And the reason we need to do that is because we're making room because we're going to be catching some more party Mon. Who's next? You. Unfortunately. And we've got... And ordinarily, like in other Pokemon games, this kind of riveting box management action is the kind of stuff we just do offline. But of course, since this is a challenge run, everything we do that actually counts as part of the run and, you know, is canon has to be recorded. So we are streaming this part, we are local recording this part. If they need to verify that we didn't cheat when we were moving all these Mon around, yep, we are moving Mon around legitimately. Airports goes. And you never know. It's not like we're releasing them. If the day ever comes where we decide they actually are what we need after all, we can just retrieve them. But this is basically admitting that we probably won't, because there's a lot of other stuff that if we need them, we're probably going to be tapping them first. A Gudra would be nice, but Sea Mother's tears are very limited. So in this game, you can only get your Pokemon up to about level 40 to 44 or so. There is no experience from grinding. We can get them. We have other means to just like warp their levels up to 40 to 44. So that's it. If a Mon evolves higher than that, for example, Sliggoo evolves into Gudra at like 50 something, the only way to actually get that is to use an item called a Sea Mother's Tear, which just literally you use it and it evolves the Pokemon. It just, period. Whatever it can evolve into, period. Those are in very limited supply, so we need to use those very carefully. They are usually for either, like, the pseudo-legendaries we're actually going to use, or for things like Rhyperior, where, you know, the means of acquiring them, like, do not exist because there's no trading. Like, they're for stuff that you just cannot get otherwise, and we have 4 of them, and we need to make them count. Anyway, Dano, for example, a Hydreigon would be neat, but you're level 40 and you're still a Dano. It would take 2 2 Sea Mother's Tears to turn this thing into a Hydreigon. And no, I'm sorry, no Pokemon is worth 2. Like, I don't care how good you are. I don't care if it's freaking Arceus itself. No Pokemon is worth 2 Sea Mother's Tears. Those things are precious. And we have plans for them. That's part of what I've been working on the spreadsheets and everything for this whole time. Yeah, it sucks because, like, if we could get, like, just a free Hydreigon by leveling, that would be neat. They are a powerful mon, they are cool, but 2 Sea Mother's Tears, that is just way too much to ask. Like, we have 4 in our inventory, and we need to make that count for, like, our entire army here. We get a Hydreigon, and that's, like, half our stash for 1 Pokemon. That is just not happening. Anyway, now that we've done that, the ones in the boxes that we are moving, that we are upgrading to the bench in their place, we need... Where are you? I think you're... There you are. This is a special custom, because a lot of mon in this game have their own special custom. So we were on the moon, right? So this is a lunar Geodude. It's not just a normal Geodude. It's not a shiny either, because it's not the right color for that. That's a lunar Geodude. It's Rock Fairy. It's got its own moveset. It's pretty neat. It's not going to be in our mainstay, but we could see using it for a few things, at least when we promote it. Actually, we should keep that in our party for now, because we're going to be leveling it up. Next, we've got... Where'd you go? Wish I would have written to... Oh, there it is. We need you. And next we need... you, of course. Although we might be catching one that's a couple levels higher, so... You know what? I might actually leave this one here. Because we have the means to evolve any Pokemon... Well, evolve. We have the means to promote any Pokemon we already have up to level 40. That's as high as we can go without using special items, which are also in limited supply. Or we can catch Pokemon in the wild up to level 42. So if I want the highest possible level Volcarona I can get, we can probably just catch a new one and get it 42 instead of 40. Do those 2 levels make a difference? Sometimes yes. Sometimes that actually is very important. Now, the last one we need, though... You are already 42, so you're good. And we need to be party to bench. So a couple of the ones in our main party are actually more... So the bench is more like... We could see using the ones on the bench. They're niche. They come up in like a certain battle, but we're really glad we have them in that battle. They're not the A team. And we kind of need to make some room on the A team, because as you can see, this box is getting very full. So, this one hurts because I love Torterra so much, and obviously Ardea is the best dinosaur. The real Ardea we would never demote to bench, but unfortunately Torterra in this game is kind of outclassed. Same with Auron. Like, anyone who's like a Soul Silver veteran, like... Char is... Yes, We have so many names I'm very proud of. But yes, Char Isnabil is a very good Mon who has never betrayed anybody in his life. This is the very definition of a niche. We don't use that one all the time, but it'll be nice in the couple battles when we need that one. Orc. And Mothership. So it takes care of all the big moves, I think. So now we need to get out of here. And I said we could promote any Pokemon up to level 40. So the ones we just retrieved, yeah, we need to go do that. Oh, and how much money do we have? Because I need to stock up on mints while I'm here. They're 400 each. If we get 10 of each, that's like 10, 10, 10. I know we're going to run out of money before we get all of them, but I just want to see how far we can get and how many there are still to go. Oops, not 11. 10 is probably fine. We need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We need a lot. Okay, so we're going to need a fair amount more money. That's fine. That can be part of our adventures. We are doing final preparations now, and we need to be well stocked up, so... Where'd our water go? Oh, okay. Well, still, it is lovely to see you. Enjoy the lurk. So one thing we should do first, let us go to Sky Spear and then take the shortcut to the Queen's Garden. So we can use the crystal and get the Mon we just grabbed. Fetch the crystal beacon any number of times to evolve your Pokemon to level your Forkymon, your Pokemon to 40. Don't need to worry about the moves right now. We can deal with that later. Good moveset, though. Actually, we do want Play Rough. That can go over Gravity. That should have gone over Misty Explosion. We will literally never use that because this is a no sacrifices run. Whatever. If we actually use Guard Field, that's when we will go over the moveset in more detail. And a Golem would be neat too, but again, Sea Mother tier. We are kind of saving those. So Sobble's an interesting one, the Sobble Wine. It starts out as this sad, crying little child. Then it goes through its emo phase. And then it becomes this, like, super sexy, suave secret agent twink. We see Kurt parallels here because, we're like, this is someone who has a tragic backstory and, the pain is still there, but they're kind of a sexy shit poster on the surface. And, there's an image I like that suggests that Inteleon never grew out of the Sobble phase. It just learned facade. Though in this case, it's more like Snipe Shot. But yeah, see, Wailing River, it's a custom move that Sobbles have in this game. Recount your tragic backstory to all foes. Gains 30 base power for each fainted ally. That would be a really good move if we weren't on no sacrifices. But we are, so anytime an ally faints, we reset anyway. So we actually will never use that. But it's a really good move otherwise if you're not bound by that restriction. But yeah, that's the Inteleon line for you. That's Kurt. He's this smug-ass, sexy shit-posting twink, but he still knows, like, even if he's not showing it in his main moveset, even if he's got Snipe Shot now...
This is a present from me to you. Look at your left.
Wailing River still in there somewhere. Keen Stream, hello! Oh my gosh! Thank you so much for the 5 gift subs, and you have started a hype train. Let's go! Woohoo! That is awesome. Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you. Yay. That is so awesome of you. So, of course, now we have a hype train. Everyone who hasn't participated in one of these before, now's your chance to
This is a present from me to you.
Thank you so much.
Look at your left.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. You all are such generous chocobos. This is your chance to gift subs or cheer bits or whatever, and then you get cool custom emotes unlocked at the end of all this.
This is a present from me to
gosh.
you. Look at your left.
You all are incredible. Oh, wow. Okay. Hype. Yes, let's go. So very hype. So very hype. Let's go. Let's go. Thank you so much, everyone. That is beautiful. You are beautiful. Each and every one of you. With our newfound party here... Oh, you're actually... you evolved by crystal. Or stone, which we don't have yet. So we will get one of those. You, we can go ahead and put in the bench. You, we can go ahead and put in the bench. Because I don't see them being like mainstays, but you never know. There are situations. They've got their uses for sure. So our next stop, because we need more money and we need more evolution stones, we are going to Ranger's Rest. We are going back to the Poker Lounge to do just a few more tournaments, raise some money, because preparing for the endgame is expensive, it turns out. And I'll save first because, once again, I always forget and spend all my money before we go to the tournament. So I'm technically starting a tournament before we can actually afford the entry fee. And they let you do it. You can just do it on credit and pay for it with your winnings if you win, but you had better win. The consequences of losing when you can't afford the entry fee are very dire. We do not want to deal with those. So... Fortunately, we have a very good deck at this point, so I can usually blow through these. And, do pretty well.
Awesome sauce!
Thank you so much for the awesome sauce. And yes, if you haven't seen this before, this is literally triple triad, but with Pokemon type advantages. Like if I tried to put a dragon here, the 8 would actually become a 6 because dragon is weak against fairy, so it's like -2. So I think the best thing we can do in this case, I don't think we can... Oh, we can... it's worth it because we can capture the slacking. Yeah, there we go. Trend setting, let's go. So at the very least, we have won enough to cover our entry fee now. So we don't have to worry about that. But like I said, I can... Typically, we've got a good enough deck that we can just kind of farm these things for as a fundraiser at this point. The champion fight is a little interesting. Sometimes we actually do lose that one, but not always, and, you know... Even if we do, it's just slightly fewer winnings. Dragon is strong against itself, so that should take... Grass. I don't have anything that beats grass. Or poison, for that matter. That's obnoxious. But we can at least fortify our position. Or do I want to just save? Nah, I'll fortify our position here. Prevent you from taking anything, because we basically have the winning hand as long as you don't do anything silly. Yep, okay, we got it. Thank you so much for the hype train, and that's a neat emote. Okay. Oh, right. Yeah. Sorry. Okay, so we win 50,000 when we can win the whole tournament, minus 10 for the entry fee, so we're up 40,000. We need a lot, so I'm actually gonna save and do this a few times. I think we probably need at least 100, maybe more, but let's just see how much we can get. Poison. Nothing beats that. Oh yeah, you can, I'll show you the cool flash in a bit. It is pretty cool. Water. Nothing beats psychic either. We actually are... Oh, yeah, that works. Bug. Rock. There we go. Yeah, I knew you'd do that, but whatever. You take there, and yeah. Shit. Okay, anytime you see Archibald, that is very bad luck. He has the best deck in this whole set. Like, his deck is even better than the champions. So there's a very good chance we could lose here, which is why I saved first. Because you could be on the run of your life and then just get Archibalded. It sucks. Yep. Alas. As long as we don't run into Archibald, these tournaments are fairly easy, but there's always the risk of getting Archibalded. Anyway, let's do a cool flash. Electric. We don't. Well, rock doesn't beat electric, right? It's just ground. Yeah, so nothing we can really do against that, but that's fine. Let's just fortify our position. Do a double capture here. Oh no, we can't, because water's actually minus. You can do a double capture with this one. This one though. Yes. Okay. The reason we are actually sweeping these tournaments so well at this moment, so every time you beat an opponent, you get a deck or you get a card from their deck. We were farming on Archibald for a while. This is like 90% Archibald's deck. That's why it just kind of wrecks the entire rest of the tournament scene. But yes, he is absolutely a hustler. He pretends he's just so bad at this game until, like, after you've beaten him 5 times in a row, he bets, like, okay, I'm a little more confident now. How about, like, we'll bet 50,000 on the next match. And, okay, let me bring out my real deck for this one. No, that won't take. This one will. This one will do a double capture, actually. Well, that's unfortunate. Oh, missing period there still. When you lose in this particular round, the prize for winning is 12,000. There should be a period after that. I keep forgetting to point that out, but yeah. Whatever, we got far enough that we won 2,000 at least. It's something. It's not nothing. Also, hello, Dan. Good to see you. Round 1, Archibald. That's what you don't want to see. That's what you never want to see. And I don't think anything here can do anything against steel either. Put this here to at least fortify our position, but yeah. That one we could at least take. Yeah, I like that. Well, we beat him. We barely got past him, but we did it, so the rest of this tournament should be safe. They tried to stop us with a round 1 Archibald that time, but we got him. Flare. Flare, I'm gonna ban you. Don't you even... No. Bad. Bad. And that's another tournament victory. As you could see, Archibald was actually a lot harder than the tournament champion. But that's a good boost to our savings there. Let's do one more. So Flare. Rock type. Dude. Oh, I forgot about the resist. Yeah. Rock resists normal. That was my fault. That was my fault. That was entirely my fault. The offspring of Archibald and Giratina. I mean, that would explain this deck. Nothing beats that, but this is just straight up a bigger number. Let's just fortify our possession, why not? Turns out with defensively solid types, bigger number is super helpful. Well, putting Shuckle in the upper left corner there whenever we get it, you've seen how often I've opened with that move, because it doesn't get into the aggressive, like, try to capture someone every round game, but it gives us a really safe, like, I call it fortifying the position, no one takes that. So it just kind of locks that one in. I always feel like that's a strong opening position. Nice. You got us with a double capture on the very last round. Yeah, there it is. That's should be I'm going to which button is it? Is it this one? I can't remember. Oh well. I was gonna take a screenshot, but I forget what button it is, but whatever. I'll just point that out later. Anyway, we got 2,000 for that. Then you can start doing fun stuff like double captures when you see them and things like that. Or captures that can be like locked in, like this one, where they can't take that Kangaskhan back because they're out of cards that are like in that position. Thank you very much. Thank you. I'll post that in the Discord later in bug reports. It's a minor typo, but just since we're there and we noticed it. And then I guess this is kind of like the inverse of that. It's not double aces, but it's double nines. It's still pretty good. Thank you for that. I forgot about the type resistances, and it was actually -2 on both of the attacking sides, but it still was a double capture regardless. That's the power of Archibald's deck right there. Like, the best way to win this tournament and you just like use it as a regular source of income is you have to save scum a lot for this, because you're gonna get your clock cleaned so many times. But just keep challenging Archibald, and every time you win, you get like one card from him, and your deck gets that much better. Like, just slowly turn your deck into Archibald's deck, and you will prosper. Ah, that was bad. We can't do anything about that. Ooh. That was like the one place you could have put a card that actually gave me a chance. Thank you for that. And we still lost anyway, but it was a good match. We got 13K for it. It was. It really was. And, you know, that's fine. The stakes are not as high at this point. Like, that's fine. Like, oh, I only won 13,000 this time. Okay, I'll have to do this. If I had won the tournament, then that would have put us over 100K and we could have stopped there. Instead, I'll have to do this one more time. It's not the end of the world. So when I make a play like that and that was a really bad misplay and it cost me the entire match, it's like, oops, oh well. Round 2, Archibald. Of course, that had to happen when we only need, like, one more. Fairy beats dark, right? Like, I can actually get +2 off this and take. Yeah. But of course, it's Archibald, so, you know, Archibald. Archibald gonna Archibald. Yeah, we got him anyway, so we're good. That would have worked, but that's a normal type. I actually didn't forget my types this time. She has a whole thing. There's a whole character arc for her. I actually like her, but she goes out of her way to deliberately not put on the best impression. Actually, what's happening, it's pretty neat. She's deliberately trying to scare people off because there's something subtly wrong with this place, which we've already dealt with, so we're fine now. So she could drop back, but she's just so used to it at this point. But she was just trying to scare us off because it's like, how, like, get out of here, run, you idiot. Like, maybe if I be a total bitch to you, you'll just, like, leave and not come back, and then you won't get hurt. And we didn't listen. We did it anyway, but, you know, we were able to beat the thing that was that she was trying to warn us about. So it all worked out. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. Can't do anything about either of those, I don't think, but if we can at least fortify our position here. Actually, that might have got us, because I'm going to guess her last card is strong enough to take, to beat 7 from the bottom. We can't take any of these, so yeah, we'll just put this here, and... Oh! Okay! Pleasantly surprised by that one. Okay, that should give us, like, all the money we need for our last-minute preparations.
Well, that's somewhere around 80 points.
Let's save first. Thank you very much for that. So we need an ice stone, which for whatever reason is way more expensive than like all the other stones. But sure, I guess. And was there another one I needed? I can't remember. Vulpix, Growlithe, or Eevee? Take one of those. Pikachu, Magneton, or Eevee, yeah. Poliwhirl, Shelder, Panpour, Starry, or Eevee. No, I think we're good there. Gloom, Nuzleaf, or Eevee, nah. The Nidoran, yeah, we'll take one of those. Cotton, nah. Murkrow, Lampent, or Eevee. Lampent, maybe. Glade or Eevee. Forgetic, Roselia, or Eevee. I don't think we need any of the others. But we have a bunch of money to spare, so we can always come back if that ended up being a mistake, I guess. Maybe I should just get one of each just in case, because we've got money to spare at this point. Was I doing soul? Yeah. Okay, so how many of these do we have? In bag 1, in bag 1, in bag 1, in bag... Yeah, we'll take one of those. Bag 2, 1, 1... Yeah, we'll take one of those. And... Ice Sandshrew, Ice Vulpix, or Eevee. We're not going to use an... Yeah, okay. And... We'll take one of those. Okay, so... Point of getting all those stones was, among other things, to get this one. Sure, you can put that over Tail Whip. So, right, this one. This is a bench one, but it could come in handy in the right situation, you never know. So I need to take everyone's items that aren't like their evolution stones, because obviously no one else besides Gengar is going to need the Gengarite, but everything else I'd like to have in the inventory just so it's ready for whoever might need it for a particular fight we have coming up. The Pidgeotite, yeah, no one besides the Burb is going to need Pidgeotite, obviously, but like Terrain Extender, you never know. And the light balls. The Pikachus can keep the light balls, because those are like Pikachu exclusive items. Flying Gem you can keep, because we have like 99 of them from hacking the dev console. Thick Club, that's an exclusive item, you can keep that. This will take. Actually, I think we might have 100, because I accidentally stole one from someone after we'd already done that. Because it was a double battle, and I got confused over who had the flying gem and who had the item I was actually after, and I stole the wrong one. Also, how's everyone doing? Like, everyone is healed, right? You are not. Let's put you in the party. I want everyone who's, like, not 100% to be 100% for this. Normally, I'm better about, like, remembering to heal people before I put them away. But this is why I do a last-minute check, to just make sure I didn't, like, forget anyone. Anyone in the boxes? Or the bench, rather. Okay, so that should be everyone then. Let's just top everyone off. And I am going to take a quick AFK break. I'm going to save this and just quit back to the title. Just to show that this is still the same save file and everything. So you see this before we pan away. Our save file looks like this. And then I will do this, get the music going, and we will be right back. We are back. welcome, welcome. I'm the one who came back. Sorry. Thank you all for singing, and that was an interesting one to come back to. That was and that sure was a song. I didn't hate it. It was had a kind of bop to it. That was sure, sure. Why not? We'll take that one, I guess. Anyway, so here's our save file, same as before we excused ourselves. Let's get back to it. So we have the stones. Let's go get the mints. Wait, what am I doing? I can just access that from here. Not from here. Not from here either. Wind is the one I want. I thought, oh, wrong one. Okay. There are like 3 rest houses that have access to the dreaming halls. I guessed wrong. Okay, fine. We'll do it from Sky Spear because that one like drops you off right here. So. So where did we leave off? Got 10 of those, 10 of those, 0 of those. Okay. Aw, you're cozy. Being here with all of you is lovely. Because all of you are lovely. Okay, that should complete our mint collection. Let's get these sorted, I guess. Let's just put all the stones on the bottom. Where are the rest of our mints? Oh, there they are. You know, I should probably do something. Like, we are never going to need those shreds of hope, I guess, but whatever. Wait. No, that is something else. Stone. Water stone. And yeah, I guess the shreds of hope can go up here next to the blank cards and the things and the literally useless items we will never use. And then the mints. Amber, the old amber we're going to turn in just a bit, and then that reunites the mints. Our mint collection is complete. The stones are all together. Okay, we are good. Let's go to the moon. That seemed abrupt and out of nowhere, but I remembered they added a new item somewhere, and they didn't say where, so I'm just going to do a quick check around and see if it's anywhere obvious. But I would like to get the fairy feather if we can find it. Because that's just a good thing to have. And I've been wanting them to put that in the game for a long time now. Oh, right! Thank you. And yes, we absolutely need a new TM as well. We will get the TM as soon as we get... Oh, is this it? Nice. Okay. Very nice. We will take that for sure. What are you two doing? Aww. That is the best pillow ever. Okay, so our next stop is Ranger's Rest. Because there's a TM that they added as well that we desperately need. Oh, thank heavens. Oh, we've been hurting for that one. There are no physical water stabs for any Watermon who need them. Like, we're going to be catching Mega Swampert, for example. That is like that's their move if you want their gargantuan attack stat to do anything. Because without that, like the only other like physical water move they have, if you're not willing to spend an ancestral machine, which we only have 2 of left, is like Flip Turn or something. Yeah, we've been desperately needing that one. Speaking of which, so here's our limited item situation. Ancestral machines, they teach you like egg tutor moves and stuff like that. We only have 2. I haven't decided, well, I have an idea of where they're going, but I haven't committed to that yet. So we can always do that later. We're actually not, that's one we don't have to decide right away. The Shreds of Hope, level them on up to 44. We can already level anyone up to 40 we want, and even catch them on at 42. So the question is, which form on, because these are the only ones we have, are worth leveling to 44? And I have some ideas there too. Not for all 4 of them, but a couple of them anyway. The Sea Mother's Tears, I just said, they are to evolve mon that you can't evolve otherwise. And I have a couple ideas for those, but we are saving them because we're going to catch higher level versions, so we can get them at like level 42 is about the best we can do. So I believe it is time to begin our shopping spree. So let's begin by going back to where it all began. The lighthouse. We have so many Pokemon to collect now. Also, I said last episode that there was one more fight that we weren't going to do, but you can at least see what it is and what it would have been. Hey, remember this kindly old guy who's been hanging around everywhere telling us cute fishing stories about his daughter and how much she loves strawberries and everything? Then last stream he said his story's almost done and we'll see you back where it all began. So originally I thought he meant like the first place we encountered him, which was in Deepwood somewhere, but no, he meant like it all, like the first screen in the game. Well, second, because the first is underwater, which we can't go back. We've come so far already. Is there a home for you anymore? No, but he meant like where the adventure began. So here's the conclusion of the angler's story. I'll save first. I was created for a purpose, as any wanderer is. I took up that burden willingly. And I shed it willingly when I met my daughter. I knew then, as sure as I know the sea, that I'd give anything for her. For a time, life was bliss. It was far from easy, but we looked after one another. I taught her how to fish, how to scavenge, how to defend herself. She taught me so much more. She's fiercely intelligent, my daughter. She certainly didn't get that from me. And she's a good person, better than I ever was. I couldn't keep her safe forever. One day, she told me she'd made up her mind. She would defeat the champion. My greatest fear was realized. I did not want her to follow my path. So I told her of my own journey. I told her of its many perils. I told her that I didn't believe she had what it takes. I just wanted to protect her. But my fear of losing her had consumed me. And I lost her anyway. It's been ages since we last spoke. That fight weighs heavy on my mind, and hers, I suspect. She hasn't forgiven me. I don't know if she can. I'm sorry. I've made my peace with it. It's not on her to forgive me. As a father, I have but one purpose: to prepare my daughter for what's to come. If I could do it all again, I'd do it just the same. I'd cherish those fleeting moments. I'm an old fisher. I've told you my stories. Both you and my daughter have outgrown your need of me. Please, would you put me to rest? What do you mean? My story has had its ups and downs. Perhaps I don't deserve this, but I want it to end on my own terms. When you tell my story, I want to be remembered as a fighter. Someone who, in another life, could have defeated the champion. Someone who supported the person that did. So I ask again, would you put me to rest? I'm sorry, my dude, but I can't do that. Just like Red and Dragon Master G, we can fight this guy. We can get a reward for it. We're not going to. Did I know about this? Not sure I understand the question. Yeah, no sacrifice run doesn't end with the party, my dude. I understand. Oh yeah, I knew. This is not our first time playing this game. It's our first time playing this game in parish mode with the no sacrifices challenge. So last time we played this game was just normal, and we fought him, we got his reward. It's his daughter's Slowbro, I think? Slowbro or Slow King. I think it's a Slowbro. It's named Strawberry because she loves strawberries so much. It's a pretty decent Pokemon, but it's not one that we were ever planning to use. And also, this is a case where if we wait and we do not beat him, and we come back during our victory lap after beating the champion, in this case, it's really worth our while. We get something way better than Strawberry the Slowbro if we spare the angler. What I'm asking of you is not easily done. Should you change your mind, you know where to find me. We know, but we're not going to. Because there's really no reason to, like, even from a pragmatic sense, even if I was okay with sacrifices, like, Strawberry the Slowbro, it's not a bad Pokemon. It doesn't suck. but it kind of sucks compared to what we get if we wait. So that's one where sparing him is just the correct choice. Now, things like Dragon Master G and Red, those are more we're paying for it. We could have a really good reward right now. I don't think we get anything by waiting, but that's just me not wanting to do it. But the angler, there actually is a reason besides my sentimental sentiments not to do it. Anyway, so now we are at the point where we can start our start looking for Mon, and we have so many to look for. So we'll start here. We'll turn off the cracked flute. We have hacked the dev console, so all the Pokemon are level 42. Rude. What is this plural system in reference to? So a plurality, or being a plural system, is basically it is someone who has more than one consciousness inside their own head. The sprites you see up above me are me and the voices in my head, essentially. We see ourselves as different people. There are, depending on who you talk to, like, a lot of people see plurality a different way. For some people, it's like purely a psychological, medical thing, like, dissociative identity disorder. For others, it's a spiritual thing. Maybe we have more than one soul. Like, however you see it, that depends, on how you see it. But the point is, like, to us, we see like the five of us up there, we're like roommates, but instead of sharing a room, we share a body. That's a plural system. But I don't want to just give you our definition and say that is the definition. Like, if you talk to a bunch of different systems, you're probably going to get a bunch of different perspectives on that. Probably if you talk to one system, you're going to get a bunch of different perspectives on that, one for each headmate. But but that's just what it looks like to us, anyway. There you are. Wait. Okay, I think we have one already, but I don't think it's level 42. So we will catch you. Yeah, no problem. No problem. Happy to help. I am very silly. The reason we went to the lighthouse wasn't just to talk to the angler. There was a fishing... We were supposed to do fishing there and catch them on there, and I just completely forgot after talking to the angler. Oops. We'll go back, I guess. Would you like to evolve Bellsprout now? Let me check on that, actually. Because I can't remember. This is a custom Bellsprout, and I can't remember if the reason we like this one is because it has a move, which it'll keep, or if it's because it has an ability, which it'll lose if it evolves. Yeah, that scene kind of blew everything else out of our mind. Bellsprout in this game has a second non-hidden ability called Eternal Hope, plus 10% to all stats for each fainted Pokemon in your party. It also comes at this level with Sludge Bomb and a custom Solar Beam that hits both enemies at once. Okay, so we can evolve it because we're never going to use Eternal Hope in the No Sacrifices challenge, because none of our Mon will ever faint because it's no sacrifices. So yeah. So here's a question, actually. In that case, because I didn't actually think this far ahead. Would we rather have a gloom or a vile, or not gloom, vile plume? I'm thinking of oddish, sorry. Bellsprit, yeah, you just evolved a victory bell. And I don't think there's like, no, blossom and vile plume, yeah, okay. Okay, never mind. Why are you still a weeping bell though? Does Victory Bell happen like later than that? Fortunately, we have this handy Evo scope that can tell us. Weeping Bell evolves to a Victory Bell when a leaf stone is used on. Okay, sure, why not? Let's do it. I wasn't planning on using it that quickly, but what the heck? And if we need another one, we can go get another one. I believe Blossom is the alternate for like Oddish Gloom and then either Vile Plume or Blossom, depending on which stone you use. Yeah. Leaf Tornado. What is Leaf Tornado? Encircling it in Sharp's leaf attacks its foe by encircling it in sharp leaves. This attack may also lower the foe's accuracy. Meanwhile, Solar Flare, 2-turn attack, gathers light, then blasts the enemy team on the second. Yeah, that's an AoE solar beam. That is pretty good. Yeah, I guess we'll take I guess we can have Leaf Tornado over Weather Ball. Meanwhile, if we go back to the benches, you are kind of a niche that goes on the bench, but you will go nicely as a niche bench mon there. But we do have some fishing to do here as well. You can fish up double encounters. Okay. Oh, rude. Okay. Who's our... wasn't Azrael, was it? I think it might have been. Yeah, it is you. Okay. Isn't it, though? And with no Pokemon centers in this game, like, that would just be, oh, shoot, have to use one of our antidotes now, but we have ways of getting around that. Apollo, can you just, like... Oh, they're 42. Can you just beat them up anyway? No, you can't. Whatever, we just needed a turn to unpoison Mothra anyway. Would you stop that? That's kind of rude. Anyway. Tries to. Oh no. If only we'd given Apollo more potions. Thank you for the potion. I'm not Apollo, but I appreciate it all the same. There you are. And I know what you're all thinking. Really, Celine? You were looking for a love disc. A love disc, of all things. For our last-minute preparations for the freaking champion's throne. Yeah, well, hear us out, okay? Much like that Bellsprout, with its custom, like, solar flare, AoE solar beam, this is not an ordinary love disc. You will see if we can catch this thing. It's being a little feisty. Thank you. A heart... Sure? Swift Swim. Its stats are okay. I mean, it's pretty decently blazing fast in rain. But it's not really going to do much offensively with those stats. But still, it has Love Bomb. Which, you know, that's at least something, right? That's at least something. It's gimmicky. I don't know if it's worth running Love Disc for, but it's good enough that I just want to keep it anyway. I'll put it in the bench. You never know. You never know, because that's a pretty damn good move. You know what? If you could mirror move that with, like, your other Mon, you might have something there. I don't know. You never know. But it's a good move. So I told you, this is not an ordinary love disc, okay? This is a Love Bomb love disc. Whoops, didn't need to put it in party, though. Thank you for detuning us. Thank you for messing with our tracking, I guess. Yeah, that sounds about right. Okay, was that everything in Shrine of the Silent Gods? Yeah, Bellsprout loved it. Pell Disc. Okay, so we can go back to the lighthouse because I forgot. So this is going to be awkward, just kind of standing next to the angler fishing. Hi, I'm not here to give you the end you were asking for. I'm just kind of here to grab a fish real quick. Sorry. Lovely weather we're having, though. Level 42 huge power Azumarill is always an option. Oh, come on. What's a dream ball? Makes it easier to catch wild Pokemon while they're asleep. Whatever, I guess. Ow. Okay, now we're done here. Now we can go to our next stop is Deepwood. Not Deepwood when, just Deepwood. Deepwood, okay. Yeah, we want one of those. Please don't make us reset. This is a no-sack run. Jerk. Get in the ball. Okay, you're gonna be rude about this, I see. Thank you. So we can put Nibbly back. Nibbly! Nibbly! The Nibbler and Nimbly equals Nibbly, I guess. Nibbly. Sweet Scent. Oh, we can use Sweet Scent to attract Pokemon. I don't know why you would ever do that. To me, I always thought that, like, it takes less time to just run around in circles than it does to, like, open the menu and use Sweet Scent, right? So, like, what's the point of that? I never knew what the point of that was, but sure, I guess. We have it. Evolves into Tangrowth when leveled up while it knows the move Ancient Power. Oh, rude. Okay. Okay, well, 42 is about, like, Pokemon don't level up in this game unless you use, like, a Shred of Hope on them. So I'm gonna hope what happens if we, yeah, that too. Can we give you Ancient Power? And then will this work? Yes, okay, good. That's a relief. Yeah, and we're gonna need some heals. There are a lot of Mon here that I've never really used before. Like, when Tangrowth was first introduced, I think it was like Gen 4, it's like, oh, Tangela has an evolution now. I never used Tangela before, and I don't really care, if we're being honest. So I never really looked its way. But like, as we're preparing for the Champion's Throne here, I'm actually like looking up, okay, which of these Pokemon are actually good? And it turns out, like, I never knew because I never gave it a chance, but it turns out Tangrowth's one of those ones that, yeah, they're worth having as an option, if nothing else. What happened to our music? So there's a bug report for you. I think if you evolve a Pokemon in the menu, like by using an Evoscope, it just kind of kills the music until... Does changing areas help? Yeah, okay. And you. And that's it for main Deepwood. Now we actually do have stuff we want in Deepwood Wind. I was waiting for someone to do that. I knew it was just like someone was going to make that joke. It was inevitable. Getting so many dang... Seabot is not what we're looking for, is the thing. What else have you got? Unfortunately, as much as we love Empress from our Soul Silver run, it's not Chikorita either. Well, you two are just like all that's in Deepwood Wind today, apparently. Oops, wrong way. There you are. Ow, okay. That did not help at all. Oh, shoot. Okay, no more playing around then. Got it. We'll take one of these. Will I ever actually use a shuckle? I don't know, but I hate not having the option. There are a lot of battles coming up that are going to hinge and win or lose based on whether we can, like, pull a rabbit out of the hat with the right kind of, like, MacGyver level gimmicky bullshit. And who knows? Maybe that involves shuckle. I can't promise it doesn't. It's unlikely, but if the odds are not 0, I do not want to take chances. Because again, we are approaching a point of no return. So I really want to be as prepared as possible. You intimidate. Interesting. Not what we were looking for, but that is interesting. Wait. Hang the heck on. Bug Buzz was not very effective? You're a grass type, aren't you? You're not. You're a fairy. Okay. Today we learned, I guess. Yes, please copycat us running away. So that we can, like, end this battle, please. Okay, we've seen like 4 Heracrosses, and I think they're the rare encounter here, compared to what we're actually looking for. Let me just double check that. No, I was wrong. I was very wrong. But we have seen like 4 Pseudo-Woodos, which are equally rare for what we're actually looking for here. Also, is there anything we wanted in Deepwood Brushlands? Because I apparently just didn't... No, there was not. Okay. Alright. Okay, we're good there. That is a 3.8% chance, but then again, so is Pseudo-Woodo. And we've run into, like, 4 of the dang things. Huh! That's funny. I gotta love when... That's happened to us a couple times. In Dragon Warrior especially, we got, like, sneak attack. Like, they ambushed us, so they got to move first, and then they ran. So it's like, oh no, I've ambushed! And bye? I guess. Thanks for coming. If you didn't see us coming, or if we didn't see you coming, you could have just not engaged, but... I did not mean to do that, actually. I hit the wrong button. Excellent move, miss! God! Oh, that brings back memories. Oh, right, we were supposed to use aromatherapy and heal our little paralyzed friend there. We'll do that too. Okay, is there any place that has this same mon with, like, better odds? It's 3.8 here. No, that is the only one in the game. Well then. No wonder we didn't have one already. Okay, Shell Smash is a really good move on certain mon, but not on Shuckle. Like, even on Trick Room teams, there's just... Well, especially then, because it boosts speed. There is just nothing. There are no attack stats for Shuckle to boost. That is a really good move for, like, anyone else. Hey, that reminds me of something, actually. They just implemented this in the last update. I completely forgot they did this, but there's a speed up mode now. So I guess if we're looking for a mon with like a 3.8% chance, is that the only speed? Yeah, okay. The speeds are no and yes. Yeah, that'll help. That'll help a lot, actually. Thank you for this. This was a, like, as the devs are watching this, either if they're not in the audience tonight, then they presumably will be watching this when we complete the challenge, and they're, you know, looking at the verification footage. But either way, thank you for this. This is nice. This makes what we're trying to do here significantly less painful. I really hope this is the only time we're gonna face them on with, like, this low odds of recruitment, because, you know what? We actually weren't looking for you, but you're just as rare, and you're here, and fuck it, we'll take one too. Like, I don't want to change my mind later and then have to do this again just to get you. Like, why not? It's like, yeah, sure. If you're that rare and we actually see one, like, I can see how hard it is to find one of these damn things because of the one we're actually looking for. So if you're just as rare and we actually have one in front of us, we may as well. The thing is, though, and let me check this again. Okay, there are 4 mon that have 3.8% odds of being encountered here. Apom, we have seen exactly 1 of. Comfey, we have seen exactly 1 of. The one we're looking for, we have not seen it all yet. And Pseudo-Woodo! I swear there's like a convention of these frickin' things. that's poke RNG for you. Because, like, either this document is wrong, or... Because we're drowning in freaking pseudo-widows, and haven't seen a single one of what we're actually looking for. Pseudo-WidowCon was this weekend, apparently. Sorry you missed it. We're having a lovely time here. Can't you tell how lovely a time we're having? It's lovely. It's so I'm having so much fun right now. Finally! Oh my... I was about to say something else there. Oh, don't you dare. Don't you dare, because Azrael is hurt. No. You're flying type. Get in there. You're a flying type, aren't you? Oh no, you're... The hell are you? You're grass fighting. Oops. Still. Just take a couple hits for us, please. I need to do this real quick. Get. Oh, thank you. Okay. Sure, we'll evolve Fampi. Donphan wants to learn Furry Attack. I mean, I know it's Fury Attack, but this is our stream. Nah. If it had been spelled correctly and it was actually Furry Attack, then we would have. Okay. So that is... We got the Heracross, the Fampi, the Shuckle. The last one's fishing. Okay. We are going through the juices, but that is fine because we have money to spare. And there you are. You are not nearly as much of a problem. Okay, you broke out of a critical catch. That is kind of rude. Look at what a frickin' unit Blastoise is, by the way. Look at those arms. Like, this is like, this thing is a unit. This thing has some heft. That's a big boy. And again, we lost the music. Okay. Yeah, we'll report that being a thing. And we have a present for you. And that takes care of Deepwood Wind. Fortunately, there's nothing in Deepwood Brushlands, so we can skip to Shimmering Lake. Are you serious? So, there have been so many times I've been poring over these spreadsheets, trying to figure out our strategy for the next battle, looking at who are the fastest Mon, just like in Pokemon. And by far one of the fastest is Electrode. And I was like, man, too bad Electrode isn't in this game. I'd really like to have him on that fast. I forgot that there were Voltorb here, so we actually could have had an Electrode this whole time. So I come out here, and for here's me thinking that Voltorb just do not exist. I get a double battle with two of the damn things on, like, our first fight out here. That's just the game taunting me for forgetting that these things existed, I guess. Yeah, oops. No, you know what? Pollen Puff, I guess. And you... Sure. Critical catch breakout. Gotta love it. There we go. Our ball evolved into a slightly different ball. Now that's interesting. The music is persistent here. It must just be in Deepwood and or Deepwood Wind? Okay, that's good to know for the eventual bug report. Also, I noticed we're low on memory balls. On luxury balls. So let's just hack the dev console real quick. Or I guess it's use the dev console to hack the inventory, but you know what I meant. Yeah, there we go. Okay, we're good. Okay, that's good there. Next stop, Boiling Sands, which is south of Ranger's Rest. Do you have anything that we actually want, by the way, now that we, like, have some money? Not really. Okay. They call it Boiling Sands, even though it's raining. I imagine that would cool the sands down somewhat, but I mean, what would I know, I guess. Definitely want one of these. Oh, that's why it's raining, because there are Pelipper everywhere. drizzle's just making a mess of this place. Oh, don't be like that. I just got a fresh supply of luxury balls and everything. Okay. You're insisting on being like that. There. A pretty feather. Sure, I guess. Wait, what am I doing? The other thing we're looking for, you can find it here, but we can get it later with better odds. Okay. So we'll just get that one later. So next is, in that case, Boiling Cave. Over here. That's Molten Sorrow. Yeah, that's what I meant. That's the one we wanted, actually. You would think they'd want to get in the luxury balls more than the balls that aren't luxury, but I don't know. Maybe some Pokemon just hate being comfortable. Puppy Ball. It's because it keeps trying to fetch the dang thing instead of getting in. Big puppy. Puppy. Extreme puppy. I forgot about this song because we didn't spend a lot of time in this room. It's not a big room, and this is like the only room in the game this song plays. But it's a nice song. I like it. Hang on. There's no way to get down there, right? They just kind of put that ball there to troll us. Because the devs do that sometimes. There are, like, truly inaccessible areas. Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't look like there's a way down there. Okay. Was that on the list? You know, I don't think it was, but I'll take one anyway, I guess. No, I won't. No, I won't. Because the reason you want a regular Vulpix is for drought, and we have Char Isnable for that. Okay, the other ones are being shy. This is getting... But they're like 7%. They're not the 3.8 or whatever we had before. There you are. Okay, we have one chance to end this quickly. Good. Sure, we'll take that. Congratulations, your Salandit became hot. And not just because it's a fire type. Fire Lash. Oh no, we have a Dominatrix on our hands. Aranis? Oh, okay. Okay, hang on. Is Salazzle physical or special? One moment. Because you've got a mixed set here. Kind of hard to get a read from your set. You are extremely special, and holy... I would just like to point out that this is like... There it is. I would just like to point out that this is the official artwork, like on the Pokemon. Like this is from PokemonDB.net. Okay, it's like it's the most Pokemon resource page besides Bulbapedia. Like this is what it actually looks like. This did not come from E621. I swear this image did not come from E621. This is the official artwork. She just freaking looks like that. So what we're gonna do is we're just going to not get Fire Lash because you are very special indeed. Sure, we'll pop an antidote. And what was the last one? Actually, you know what I should do real quick while I'm thinking about it? They're not currently here, but they might see this on the VOD later. Oh, wow. Bench 2 is full. Just in time. Okay, let's get bench 3 ready. But first, I'll take you. Ultra Caustic. Yeah, Salazzle's kind of a sassy, toxic little bitch, but, you know, she makes it work for her. She's got that kind of the Amanda Files Sneasler rant energy. Yep, okay. Anyway. So you said you had a Salazzle named Aranis, but that's not the Aranis we're used to seeing. But you know what? Sure, we'll name it after the Aranis we're used to seeing. Let me just double check, because it would be really embarrassing to like name this after one of our closest friends and then like misspell it. But yep, okay, we're good. Hello! Good to see you. Thank you so much for stopping by. I hope you're having a lovely evening. I'm gonna put Jessica in the lead because she's fastest. You can go on bench 2. We can swap our party out for both our healers so they can heal each other if needed. You can go on bench 3, actually, now that we have a bench 3. And where's our other healer? It's Mothra, right? Do we have Mothra already? Yeah, she's right there. Okay. And last on our shopping list for here was Growlithe, Salandit, Braixen. Alright. Right, you're actually not as fast when you're not Mega Evolved. I should have KJ Weaver out for this. There you are. With the floofiest ear floofies I have ever seen. Correction, those were the second floofiest ear floofies I had ever seen. Whoops, shouldn't be in the party box. What's Blaze? Remind me what Blaze does again? Ah, right. The Fennekin line is very blep. They're great. Okay, so we are done in here. No, I don't want to follow you. I want to leave. I want to leave. I want to leave. We just got a breaks in. Okay. And one thing I keep forgetting to do while we're here, we'll make this our next stop. Yeah, Boiling Cave is our next stop anyway, so that works out. Every time we see a fox, we think of Saria because they are one. The spirits draw us towards their wretched realm. Let us return the favor. Do you have a fossil for me? We sure do. I have been forgetting to turn this in for several streams now. Leave me. What is done is best not, or what must be done is best not witnessed. Welcome back. I have chained the restless spirit. We can put the nibbler back for this. As I said, apologies for being bad at menuing. I can never remember where anything is, but... Oh, I'm sorry if I said anything I shouldn't have then, but... So, for the Aerodactyl here, we have a couple gifts, actually. First... slow this down for this part. You can have the Aerodactylite. Aww. I'm glad it feels good. You're a good Foxo who deserves to feel good. And then, I was saying earlier that we only have like 4 Sea Mother's Tears, 4 Shreds of Hope level 44, 2 Ancestral Machines. We have to really be careful and think carefully about who we're using these on. I have, in fact, thought carefully, and Mega Aerodactyl is one of the ones who gets to be 44. This is for you. Because Mega Aerodactyl's, like, I think the fastest mon the player can get in this particular game. Their speed is unreal. Like, that was plus 25 from those levels, and, like, it's up to 126 now. And that's before it even megas. That is, like, that is unreal. That is someone we absolutely want. So for a lot of these, like, the difference between level 40 or level 44 is, like, whether you hit them and they take, I don't know, 75% of their health and damage versus 80%. You know, if you hit slightly harder, it doesn't make that big a difference. Speed does. Speed is the difference. We've seen it in a previous stream where evolving Jessica from 40 to 44 was the difference between her outspeeding and one-hit KOing a Mega Alakazam, and the Mega Alakazam outspeeding and one-hit KOing her with Psyshock. So, like, speed is important. So, like, generally the Shreds of Hope are for our fastest mon. The level cap in this game, technically there isn't one, but in reality it's like 40 to 44 or so, because Pokemon do not gain experience at all, ever. Like, they have not this entire game. This entire game, the only way to get stronger mon is to either go out and catch stronger mon or use these Shreds of Hope, which are these items we have that we have them, they're in very limited supply, which is why I'm trying to decide who gets to be 44, because not everyone can. At this point, we have a crystal. We can take our whole party to the crystal and turn as many mon to level 40 as we want. So that is effectively the level cap for people we're not willing to spend on. A couple mon we've got 3 level 44 Shreds of Hope left. And also we have an item that lets us change the encounter levels of all the enemy Pokemon we find out in the wild, or what the random encounter Pokemon, not enemies, I guess, the wild ones. And those can go up to 42. So anything we catch now can be 42. Anything that's already in our party can be up to 40, or we can evolve it to 44, but we have to be very careful about who gets to be 44. So the answer to what is the level cap kind of depends. It's either 40, 42, or 44, depending on how you define it. There's also exactly 1 level 48 Shred of Hope in the game, but it is behind a boss that we are electing not to fight. So we do not have access to that, actually. But it is there if you're willing to fight that boss. I don't want to. Because that boss seems like they're a generally nice person, and I kind of want to spare them. Because if we fight them, they're going to die. It's a fight to the death in this game. And we've taken out a couple bosses that were just really ruthlessly evil, and the world is a better place now that they're gone. I do not feel bad about that at all. This guy I like. This guy, I don't really want to kill them. Okay, so you've got your Aerodactylite, you are level 44 now. I so wish there was enough room. Damn it. Okay, so we have to just... If you have never heard of Dactyl Nightmare, I'm dating myself. I am so old. So that was like one of the first ever virtual reality things. When I was a kid, right, it was like something that certain arcades had, or like, it was actually certain, like there were their own specialized locations. You'd go to like I forget the name of the company, but they had their own outlet just to have to play on their machine. And it was like the first VR experience. It looked something like an Oculus does now. You put on the visor, you stand inside the ring, you grab the controllers, you do the thing. It was like, by today's standards, it would be very laughable. But you have to understand what a big deal it was back then. When you'd never had anything like this before. You're a kid. You're used to going to like arcades, right? And then here's this one place where you can like put the helmet on and be in this 3D world in virtual reality. And Dactyl Nightmare was the game that it came with. It was basically the game we were there to play, which is why I cannot remember the company. I cannot remember the system. I cannot remember anything else except that place we went to once so that I could play Dactyl Nightmare. And it was a game where you just tried to run around. I think it was an FPS or something. Like you had 2 people and you were trying to run around and tag each other. But there was a pterodactyl that was flying around that would randomly just grab one of you and pick you up way up into the sky and then drop you, and like you'd die from the fall damage. But like in VR, like just like looking down when the dactyl from Dactyl Nightmare had you, it was an experience. It was an experience. Virtuality, maybe? I don't remember. Anyway, all of that is to say that I'm sad that Dactyl Nightmare does not fit as a name. Dactylmare will have to suffice. And I really hope they were talking about porting Dactyl Nightmare to like the Oculus, like the Quest store at some point, so that people with people with a modern headset could just play it. I think it's called Polygon Nightmare now because of like licensing reasons or something. I need to look into that. Because I need to play Dactyl Nightmare, or Polygon Nightmare, I guess. I need to play that again. This has all taken me back. Anyway, sorry to make this stream even longer because I have Pokemon shopping to do, and I've just been sitting here, but where were we? Boiling Cave. We want a Litwick while we're here. Okay. Also, yeah, okay, we're good. Tribute to Dactyl Nightmare. Okay, cool. So it's probably not the same thing. It has a different name and it's, you know, it's a tribute. But it's probably very similar. It'll be similar enough to scratch that itch. There you are. And we can put... These are all main party mons, so this'll... Whoops! I did not mean to do that. I did not mean to do that! What? Oh no! Oh no! Okay, so... First off, you go to our party, not the bench. You are on the main squad. That's why you're level 44. Second, I did not mean to take away your Aerodactyl light. You can have it back. As for you... Remind me what you need. A Duskstone. Okay. You can do that. There was a sound effect for you. Flash fire, always good to have. Good lord, that's a special attack stat. Okay, yeah. You're in the bench for sure. Okay, is that everything in Boiling Cave? Yes, it is. So we're done here. So because we are gearing up to approach the Champion's Throne after we do all this shopping, which there's still so much more shopping to do, and I'm sorry for this, but I thought I'd give you a quick recap of the plot. Hello, Bale Systems! So good to see you. You're just in time for us to explain where we are in the plot, because I was about to show off this room again. So, lots of stuff's been going on. There's some interesting, like, multi-factional stuff going on. So we know the champion has pretty much taken over, is ruling this Cradle Isle here as like this dystopian nightmare, imposing all these rules. The champion will live forever, or excuse me, the champion will reign forever. So one of the things we need to do to make this place a better place is to stop the champion. Now, on the other hand, we've also received, there have been a couple people who've, okay, let me go back a bit, actually. In addition to the champion being a dick, the world is ending. Something called the Parish Song is playing. It's playing for 13 days. Every time we use a bed or have a party wipe or like a day passes, which we have not done, we have never rested in this run, but the option's there. But like a day passes, and that is the only way to get a Pokemon Center-esque full heal, is to sleep in a bed. It spends a day. And yeah, we have 13 days until the parish song ends, and when it ends, the world will, or Cradle Isle will be just completely erased. Now, why is Cradle Isle on a timer? Well, that is because there was at one point a figure called the Dreamer. The Dreamer, we've never seen what she looked like or anything. She's been described with she, her pronouns as just like a woman of some sort, I guess, who was probably just like sleeping somewhere. But she is the key to this island existing. Like she is the Sea Mother, I guess, is the god of Cradle Isle. Whoever the Sea Mother is, we don't really know yet. The Sea Mother sent the Dreamer. As long as we have a Dreamer, then Cradle Isle is going to be doing its thing. Well, about that. So the champion killed the Dreamer. Gutted her like a fish, were Red's exact words when we spoke to Red about it. This really pissed off the Sea Mother, and therefore the Sea Mother is going to end the world in 13 days. Unless we can, like, go to where the altar is to the Dreamer to, like, soothe the Sea Mother's wrath or something. And the champion is currently guarding that. So we're not just trying to go beat the champion because we want to be the very best like no one ever was and like we want to win and we want to be the champion. No, we are trying to get access to the shrine the champion is guarding to hopefully end the parish song and stop this whole doomsday thing. Oh, it gets worse. That's one faction that's in play, okay? So there's also some kind of, we have not seen this yet, but there's like we've seen hints that there's some kind of anomaly running amok, some kind of virus, some kind of glitch that is corrupting Cradle Isle. It's just turning it into, well, this is why I said this before going into this room. This is the closest we've gotten to encountering it. It's turning Cradle Isle into... We can't go to that room anymore? We can't go to that room anymore. Interesting. Never mind. So there was if you've ever seen like the old Glitch City videos from like Pokemon Red Blue, like where they're just running around a completely corrupted tile set, there was a room that looked like that. It used to be you'd get to it from there. Apparently we can't do that anymore. Apparently it was a one-time thing. Why can we not escape? Fine, I guess. Anyway, so the anomaly is corrupting the world, and that is bad. You'll just have to take our word for that, I guess. Anyway, in addition to that, there are the PCs. So in the Pokemon, well, in this particular Pokemon world, they've taken a lot of the trappings of just how Pokemon works in general and converted them into, like, in this game, the PCs are just a naturally occurring thing. The PC is rooted to the floor by sinewy cords. Its chassis bulges in rhythm to a distant heartbeat. The screen compresses space into a perfect abyss. Is it alive? Are the Pokeballs its eggs? So these things just pop up like weeds. They are not deliberately built. PCs are just naturally occurring. They happen. And there is something called the steel infection going around, which is causing people who are infected to no longer move, no longer, like, do anything except stare straight forward and say the same thing over and over and over again. You know, like how Pokemon trainers act in the other Pokemon games. Yeah, here it's canon. It's because they're infected. They are like that because they have the steel infection. Their nerves become, their veins become wires. They cannot bleed. They no longer bleed. They only break down. They are being forcefully converted by the steel infection into whatever has to do with the PCs. Now, the PCs are being led by some kind of entity called the Steel Father, who's just a big mainframe that it's just basically the machine consciousness behind all the PCs. Now, here's the thing. it's not just that we have like all these different evil factions teaming up against us at once. They are also working against each other. It has been like very directly stated that the Steel and like the PCs and the Steel Father are here to try and fight the infection, the anomaly, the corruption, the glitch. They are here to instill order where the anomaly is just like instilling chaos. The problem is when you get to the Steel infection, it's, you know, taking it a bit too far. Like, you can either be completely corrupted or you can be like completely converted. Either way sucks. So you've got the Steel Father, you've got the anomaly, they're working against each other. We have actually taken out the Steel Father. So the PCs should not be a problem anymore. The people who have the Steel infection still have it, but it shouldn't get any worse. We have actually already cured that part of what's wrong with this island. However, the Parish Song is still a thing, the Champion is still a thing, and if we don't do anything about it, we actually just did a favor to the anomaly by taking out the Steel Father, because those two were kind of against each other. So it's good, but also bad. So we have to be careful with how we're proceeding here. So we've found Pokemon Trainer Red, who was original Wanderer. He was here sent to stop the Champion and everything, but he encountered the anomaly. At this point, he has given up. He is just kind of hanging out. We can talk to him. His goal at this point, he actually believes the best thing to happen is for the world to end, because the anomaly cannot be defeated. But if the world ends, then the anomaly will be destroyed along with it, and then maybe we can like reset the world and it'll be better next time. So we are kind of walking a tightrope here where we do not want the world to end. Neither does the anomaly. So by trying to stop the Champion, we're kind of doing the anomaly's work for them. So we want to stop the anomaly too. So there's like a bunch of people we need to worry about here. Like, but if we just like gave up right now and said, okay, that was a good quest, everyone. So far, what all have we done? We took out the Steel Father. That's about it. In the grand scheme of things, it's not the worst we could do. The worst we could do would be if we defeated Red, captured Arceus, because the reason Red is hanging out where he is because there's an Arceus down there, but the Arceus is the only thing keeping the anomaly from escaping this island. The anomaly is trying either to escape or to just, you know, stop the Parish Song. If it escapes, obviously it can't be contained anymore. It'll infect the entire world. That is very bad. If the world ends, at least the anomaly goes with it, so that's something, I guess. But we're playing a no sacrifices run, so we're not taking that for an answer. We can't sacrifice the entire world just to stop the anomaly. The moon, we're getting to that. So we need to... Our goal next is to stop the Champion, get access to the Sea Mother's throne, see if we can stop the Parish Song. But the anomaly is still very much a thing. The fact that we've taken out the Steel Father is good news for the anomaly. If we take out the Champion, that'll be very good news for the anomaly. So we can't just stop there. We have to take out the anomaly too. But that's, you know, one problem at a time. The moon! The moon is another faction. So that is, we can use the Remnant of a Wish and just go to the moon. This is a bunch of refugees, basically. There are children here with a special guardian, a couple special guardians. This is a place that is free from the Steel infection and from the anomaly's curse, because it's on a different planet entirely. It's on the moon. Like, nothing that happens, even if the anomaly infects the entire world, even if Cradle Isle gets destroyed, even if, like, whatever else happens, it's not the moon folks' problem. They're here just to hide out from all this, and they really want us to as well. The first time we came here, they tried to stop us from leaving because, hey, it's safe here. Why would you go back to the doomed world? Let's just stay here, wait all this out. Unfortunately, that's not an option for us because we are determined and we want to go back to the surface and actually stop all this. So that's where we are. So currently we are in the middle of doing a giant shopping trip to gather Mon so we can take out the champion, hopefully stop the Sea Mother, and then we have not seen like where you go to actually challenge the anomaly. It doesn't have like a lair or anything. We haven't really encountered it. So we're just kind of dealing with the problems that we can actually see. So maybe once we beat the champion, we'll figure out what to do about the anomaly. But for now, like, clearly the champion is still a dick. The champion killed the dreamer. The champion started the parish song. The world is going to end in 13 days unless we stop and stomp the champion. So we're working on gathering a better team so we can go do that. And let's go back to that. Farmland, I believe, was our next stop. No, Sorrow's Path was, sorry. Although the two are right next to each other anyway. Yeah, there's Sorrow's Path right there, okay. Does the world ending have like a cutscene, a bad ending? I don't know. But the room I wanted to show you, because I had a very interesting theory. This is not confirmed by the game, but this is something I very strongly suspected. Maybe when Dan, now that Dan's here, I can bounce this idea off Dan, and if Dan agrees, we can, I don't know, do something to make it more clear. But so we tried to go back to invalid map ID, right? The corrupted room that you get to from Boiling Sands. And it just took us straight to Dragon Cave. So apparently you can only go there once. But I wanted to show them what the completely corrupted room looked like. And the thing is, the first time you go there, there is a PC there. And there's a journal about how the... Oh, it's random after the first time. Interesting. So if we keep going there, we can, like, try for it. You know, I'm going to do that, actually. I'm going to catch you... Let's at least try it then, because this will go a lot better if I actually have the room to show you. And if it doesn't work, it doesn't work, but I'll save first. And we'll turn the flute on. Yeah, we'll deal with your moves later. Send to PC, you can go to bench 3, you're good there. Let's go back to Ranger's Rest. Let's turn the flute on. So the cracked flute just completely disables random encounters. I have the flute playing when I just want to walk somewhere and not be assaulted by random encounters, and then I turn it back off when I want the random encounters again. Anyway, so let's save. Yeah, look at that! Okay, it is random. So sometimes when you go into this room, you come up here. This is good because I wanted to show this to you instead of just trying to explain it. So, there's a room called Invalid Map ID. It looks like this. Well, there is normal mode. We are playing this on Parish mode. We're playing this on hard. You do not have to do that. PC relocation project. Utter failure. Uprooting PC from location not advised. Reality compression unstable. Do not remove PCs from the wild. So, you are given to understand from this log here, there's a PC we can't get to over there. This is what happens when you try and move a PC, right? So the PCs with the Steel Father and everything, you know, the Steel Corruption, all that. Oh dear, the PCs are taking over the world, right? Well, here's what I'm thinking, actually. I don't think that's the case. Because remember, the PCs are here to fight the anomaly. The Steel Infection is just because they go too far. I think what this room is, I think this was a room that the anomaly corrupted. If you look at the glitchy blocks around here, these look like old Gen 1, like Glitch City blocks. This looks like missing number kind of stuff, you know? I think this room was like this. I think when the PCs just randomly sprout up in the wild somewhere like weeds, they sprout up where the anomaly has struck in an attempt to contain the anomaly. And I think the room looks like this because someone tried to move the PC. And therefore they prevented the PC from preventing this. So this is the other end of what we're up against. The PCs are bad. The Steel Father's bad. They turn everyone into machines. They are, you know, it's the steel infection. We got to stop that. But there's also, this is why they're doing that. Because if they didn't, the world would look like this. So that is also a problem. That is why we can't just beat the Steel Father and say, okay, we did good, everyone. Time to pack it in and go home. We got to deal with the anomaly, too, or we're just trading one set of very bad news for another. We don't want the steel infection to just, like, wipe out the entire population of Cradle Isle, but we don't want Cradle Isle to look like this, either. And we don't want Cradle Isle to end, either, in 13 days when it blows up. So we need to stop the champion as well. There's a lot of people we need to stop, but we kind of need to do it all at the same time, because we don't want any particular one of them to win before we can stop them. This, by the way, is why Red decided that the best thing to do is just do nothing and wait for the world to end. Because if the world ends, at least it takes out the anomaly. At least the anomaly hasn't escaped. It's a sacrifice that Red is willing to make. And that's actually not the worst thing we could do. Like, it would be a lot worse if we defeated Red, captured Arceus, cleared a path for the anomaly to escape, and then failed. Like, we're making things briefly worse before we make them better, so we have to be very careful about that. But we're being very insistent here that we're going to do this right, okay? No, this is a no sacrifices run. This is, like, letting the world end is definitely a solution, but I want a better solution. And we have to work really hard to find a better solution. But you know what? We're going to work really hard and we're going to find a better solution. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. So we've got a virus and a way overactive immune system at the same time. And when we defeated the Steel Father, we shut down Cradle Isle's immune system. I think we might have given Cradle Isle AIDS. Oops. But we will take care of the we will take care of the anomaly as well and the champion as well. And we're doing it the hard way, but we're doing it the right way because no sacrifices. Anyway, let's turn the flute off and get back to capturing some Pokemon. Hope you all enjoyed our recap. Oh, I should save, right? That's why people like Red do not necessarily have the worst idea. People like the people on the moon who want to just wait this whole thing out do not necessarily have the worst idea. What we are doing is very stupid, actually. Because it's very uncertain whether the anomaly can even be defeated. We are doing something reckless and foolhardy by even challenging it. And if we try and fail, we stand the risk of making things a lot worse. But that just means we're going to have to succeed. That just means we're going to have to try and, like, actually pull it off. Because the stakes are too high to lose. I was really expecting that to do more damage. Okay. Yep. There we go. Ow? Okay. Okay, quickly now. Okay, good. Is that all we needed here? We got the mask, got the man still. Yes. Next is Sky Spear Climb. Which, there's an easier way to get to Sky Spear. Actually, nah. The passage is right there. Fine, we'll go this way. Yeah, there's nothing that just directly said that invalid map ID is actually what happened when the anomaly struck and, like, uprooting the PC. Like, uprooting the PC caused invalid map ID to look like that. Not because... I mean, that part's obvious. That part's in the logbook right there. But the part that's less obvious is the reason it did is because the PCs are sprouting up to contain the anomaly. And what uprooting the PC did was let the anomaly free in that room. That part is not actually mentioned anywhere, but I just figured it out. And I think that's a really cool bit of lore there. Yeah, and it is very possible to win the entire game and not realize the anomaly exists. What were we doing here? Right, we were looking for... Not you. We were gonna get you later, but we'll get you here too. Sure, we'll take you a bit early. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! And it's, Dee Dee mentioned this in their Let's Play too, which, by the way, if you have not seen Dee Dee's Let's Play, it is incredible. If you want to experience this game, but, like, it looks too hard to play, or, like, the style's just off-putting, like, basically you don't want to actually play it, but you just want to see the whole plot all the way through, like Dee Dee's Let's Play. I'm gonna, you know what, one second, I'm gonna grab a link, because it is really worth giving Dee Dee a shout out. Anyway, one thing Dee Dee said in their Let's Play is that the thing about the sacrificing yourself speech, it but thou musts you into it a little. Like, just enough to make you think that you have no choice. Like, every time you say no, it asks you again. Well, not every time. It asks you 3 times. If you say no the 4th time, then you can actually, like, proceed. But people, like, after the 1st or 2nd time they try saying no and it just takes them right back, they assume that, oh, it's just going to be a but thou must thing until I say yes. Okay, fine. No, you can be stubborn enough that it'll proceed, but you have to, Exactly. It is pretty much like that. Anyway, if you don't want to actually play this game, now we recommend playing this game. It's a really good game. It's really fun. It's all kinds of, like, please play this game. But if you're not going to play this game, at least read this LP we just linked. Dee Dee's amazing. They are an incredible writer. They did an incredible job capturing the lore and the plot and everything. It's a good Let's Play. Actually, it's what inspired us to get into this game in the first place. I thought... Actually, so here's the full story, okay? For why we're doing this No Sacrifices challenge. Yes, let's evolve Aaron. So I first became aware of this game. Just saw advertisements for it flying around. It was described as, you know, like, this is not a game about making lasting bonds with your Pokemon. This is about strategic sacrifices. This is like their expendable tools to use and just find better ones, blah, 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 blah. Also, you've got a 13-day time. So they said all this stuff. And I was like, okay, it's a neat concept, but that is really not the game for me. That is just not how I enjoy playing Pokemon games. So I'll give it a pass. But because I was vaguely interested in the story, even though I knew I was never going to play it, I read Dee Dee's Let's Play instead. Or I read about 4 or 5 pages into it. And then I got hooked. And I got so hooked that I changed my mind and said, you know what? I'm going to stop reading this and I'm going to play it instead. And we did. Now, the reason we're doing the No Sacrifices challenge now is ever since that happened, I have had in character, like in game, there's a journal explaining someone has made what they call the dread realization that Pokemon are expendable, that you just use them to, you just kind of, if you throw 8 Pikachus at the problem and 7 of them die, but the problem's solved, then hey, it's a good trade. You can just go catch 7 more and replenish your stock. Also, now you can probably have access to a better area where you get stronger Mon anyway. So hey, you know, like, that's what they call the dread realization. Now, I have a grudge against the dread realization. I have a severe grudge against the dread realization because the dread realization is why I almost did not play this game. I saw the dread realization first in the like on the download page. It says like, this is not this kind of game. And it's like, oh, well, if it's not, I'm not going to play it then. So I didn't play it. I only went back and played it when I saw Dee Dee's Let's Play. So the dread realization almost cost me this entire experience. And so I am mad at that. So I want to go back and prove it wrong. We're doing this No Sacrifices challenge because if this is not the game for me, then explain why I'm here. Explain why we've made it this far. I want to look the developers themselves in the eye. Dan is here right now. I want to look Dan in the eye, looking right at you, Dan, and say, you know what? You are wrong about your own game. You are wrong when you say how your own game works. I'm sorry, I know it's your game and you made it, but you are fucking wrong, and I am going to prove it. That is what the No Sacrifices challenge is. Because fuck the dread realization. It almost made me not play this game. You can. You absolutely can. Normal mode, like, actually, the No Sacrifices thing we're doing, it isn't even a mode. Like, all we're doing is, it's a self-imposed challenge where we just reset every time a Pokemon faints. That's it. All you have to do if you don't want to do No Sacrifices is just not do that. Oh, also, and let me, let's add Layron to our party. Let me put you away. And one other thing. There's one other thing. Let us fly to Shimmering Lake is a good example of this. Yeah, so here's a statue, right? A statue to the Envoy of Winter. Offer Mightyena, Totodile, and Magikarp. So these are like lopsided Pokemon trades. Every time you see a statue, you have the chance to offer up like 3 or 4 Pokemon, and you get a really, and I mean really good Pokemon in return. Like, if you were not playing No Sacrifices, you could offer Mightyena, Totodile, Magikarp here. The Envoy of Winter is a fancy way of saying this is a Suicune. You can get a Suicune in this game, and that's just one of many, like, this is how you get most of the legendaries, are these statues. And you see, like, there's the Burning Protector, there's the First Hunter, there's the Bringer of Storms. These are all really good Pokemon that if you're not limiting yourself like we are, they are really good to have. They are amazing to have. Nightmare Child is probably the best Pokemon in the game. It's hurting, like, not having Nightmare Child is honestly hurting us more than having to reset whenever we faint. But I made that part of the challenge. So again, this is not an official mode. There's nothing stopping us. We could just go and use any of these statues at any time. Like, all we're doing when we do No Sacrifices is I'm just choosing to reset every time a Mon faints. And I'm choosing not to use any of the statues, ever. But yeah, we are also playing on parish mode, which is probably a stupid idea. Like, a person who is smarter than me probably would have done these two challenges not at the same time. They would have done a no sacrifices run, and they would have done a parish mode run. They wouldn't have done both. But I'm determined. And we made it this far, you know? We are actually really close. As soon as I finish the shopping here, we can go challenge the champion's throne. It's an... Okay, yeah, it's an overly brash one. You know what? When I looked Dan himself, the person or one of the people who made this game, when I looked Dan in the eyes and said, "Fuck you, Dan, you are wrong about how your own game works," that is brash. Like, completing the no sacrifices run on Parish, that's how you back up that kind of brashness. So, yeah, okay. That's a good word for it. I'm doing it the brash way. But to do it the brash way, we need to be extremely prepared, which is why so much of this stream is just like all the streams so far is just us just wandering around catching more Mon. But you know what? We need Mon. There's going to be some very creative tricks we pull to make what we're about to do actually work. Yeah, the thing is, like, when you first start this game, I will actually... Here's what I will do, because this is a cool prompt that's worth seeing. I'm going to heal up here. I'm going to save, and I'm actually going to quit back to the main menu. I'll go ahead and save again, because I want you to see this speech, right? We can turn the speed off, but here's what our file looks like. But so when we get back to it, but let's start a new game, and let's put it back on normal speed. So you start out. Is that normal speed? Why is that not working? There it is. Okay. So you start out down here. You pick your starter, and true to this being like just the tone of this game, your starters, they're a little indirect about what you actually get. You can choose the Whimpering Fairy, you can choose the Bird of Ill Omen, or you can choose the Emblem of Treachery. Now, we always choose the Bird of Ill Omen because we have a special connection with the Bird of Ill Omen. And it's a Murkrow. But when you set out, then yeah, this ball contains a rejected offering. The writing pulls no punches. The world beyond is dying. There may not be enough time left to save it. Its guardians now stand in stasis, defending the status quo. This will not be a gentle experience. The challenges ahead are unfair. Some may not even be possible. You will have little guidance and many paths. Begin your journey? Yeah, so the reason they said that, it's thematic. Because, yeah, this is a hard game. The challenges are, but the reason they said, like, it may not be possible, there are challenges that Dan and friends, the developers, legitimately have not playtested. Like... And that goes for any Pokemon game, obviously. Like, there's always a way to put some self-imposed restriction on it, and they have not playtested for those self-imposed restrictions. Can you beat this game? Yeah. They at least playtested that much. Can you beat this game only using steel type Pokemon. I don't know. They never tried. Probably not. Can you beat this game with only your starter, never getting a single Pokemon ever? No, that one is literally impossible because the first battle in the game is a double battle and you literally cannot do it until you pick up the Mon that's like right next to you in the starting cage. So you have to have at least two. So you cannot do it with one. But like, there's always some way to say, I want to beat this game, but I want to do it like this. Is it possible? I don't know. No one's done it before. It might be. It might not be. Like, we didn't know that it was possible to Nuzlocke this game until someone did it. So, there's a lot. So, like, what I'm trying to do, if there's a way, I will find it. Yeah, okay, I want to reset. Let me reset, please. There we go, thank you. You release some boss battles without beating them ourselves, including Parish Mode Champion currently. The first time I beat it was after it was live. Wow. You got it to a place where you could barely beat it reliably, then made it about 20% harder and just kind of shipped it. Yeah, having faith people would find a way. Dan didn't know that it was possible to do the moon on Parish Mode without dying. Dan actually doubted it was possible, and then we did it. We friggin' did it. We beat up the moon. So that is what this challenge is all about. And here's our save file again. Here's us getting back to it. This is us trying to do what has never been done before. I believe it's possible. There are others who aren't sure. And even I'm not sure how we're going to do it yet because I haven't planned that far ahead. But I am very faithful that if we gather all these Mon we're gathering, we have this many tools at our disposal, there's gonna be a way in here somewhere. I will MacGyver together some kind of bullshit that will see us through. I haven't started the problem of working on what that is yet, so I can't tell you what we're gonna do. But I believe deep down in my heart that there's gonna be something. We just have too many tools at our disposal for there not to be something. It'll happen. There has to be a way. I don't know what the way is yet, but it's like that opening speech said, or excuse me, it's like the answer to that opening speech said. It's a line that I've been saying quite a lot because it keeps being true. When it asks if you're ready to face the unfair challenges ahead. If there's a way, I will find it. That's what this is all about.
I'm so happy!
The emblem of treachery. Yeah, go for it, because I was always kind of wondering about that. So on Skyspear Climb, we want Halucha and Sharpedo. We got those. Whoops, excuse me. So is that everyone in Skyspear Climb? Was that the only two we needed? Yeah, we got those two. If it's runnable on Steam Deck. You know what? It is. I know for a fact it is. I have not actually done it, but I know it has to be. And the reason I know that is because Steam Deck is just Linux, and we are currently running it on Linux. It's on the PC, but what we're doing is we have the Windows executable, and we added it to Steam as a non-Steam game, and just told it to run it through Proton, and it's working fine. And if that works on our PC Linux install, it will work on a Steam Deck, I guarantee you. Just do the same thing. Yep, then you're good. Then you are good. Okay, so Skyspear Climb, got the... Okay, Dragon Cave is next. Let's turn the flute on for that. Ooh, did we... Oh, I've missed some chat here. Hang on. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, it is unfair. I will say this right now. They're not lying when they say the challenges are unfair. Even when you're not on Perish mode, the champion... Okay, you know, like when you were a kid, right? Like Gen 1 or 2 Pokemon came out, and you had your Mewtwo, and you just went and friggin' rolled the Elite Four with your Mewtwo. Especially because this is Gen 1 we're talking about, before there was anything that could stop Psychic. Like... that is basically the champion. The champion has the mentality, without getting too much into like the physically, like who is the champion. I will say they have the mindset of we did back when we were that age and just rolling the E4 with our Mewtwo. They are a scrub lord. They believe that like they are the God's gift to Pokemon. They're the greatest trainer who ever was because they are surrounded by like freaking level 70 legendaries and stuff. And yeah, beating a level 70 legendary team with our Mon who can't, our regular Mon, mind you, who can't evolve past 40 to 44 or so, yeah, it's unfair. You have to pull out some bullshit. You have to figure out, okay, if this hit is literally unsurvivable with how high their attack is, can we at least switch to a type that's immune to it, you know? Like, no one can actually take that Shadow Claw and survive. It just does too much damage. Oh, but if we put a normal type in, you know, ghost types just, like, you know, it'll just, like, complete, you know, you use immunities. If you can't outspeed, you use Trick Room. If you can't, if they have too much HP, you use Perish Song. You use Endeavor. You use Super Fang. You use, you know, like, friggin' Fear strats. You find... the champion is a Scrub Lord, but we can... this game has been teaching us to outthink that kind of mindset. They will throw unfair numbers at us, and we will find ways around that. That is just how that's how it works. Anyway... you also put incredible player accomplishments in the secret area in the game. If we pull this off, we'll be in there. Yes, that is why everything we're doing is recorded. It's verification footage. Because we're going to win this challenge, and we're going to be... we will see you in there. Brutus head. Oh. Oh, shit. Okay, I knew that. I didn't know that was the frog. Oh. Okay. Wow. Okay. Went with the Whimpering Fairy on a whim. Very glad you did this. That is a good choice. Especially when it gets to, like, the unfair, like, when it gets to the unfair challenges that you need to find creative ways around, Disguise as an ability is so freaking busted. That will save you so many times. You will not regret that. Damn. Yeah, okay. Yeah, a Scrub Lord is someone who plays cheap, but not strategically. They're the kind of person who thinks they win this battle because they brought a level 70 Mewtwo. They do not... they can be outthought. They do not think about, like, oh, if you bring a Dark type, they're actually immune to Mewtwo's Psychic. Like, you know, but you have to use strategy to counterplay, because if you match them stat for stat, they are going with the cheap legendaries. They are going with the, like... basically, they are all but cheating, and your job is to figure out, like, because we have the one thing that the champion does not, and that is strategy. And that is going to be the difference maker. Where was I going? Right, nah, you don't have anything we want. Yeah, it's really hard to make AI that's like... that plays as well as we do, as the players do. You can give it certain rules, but those rules just mean once you know what those rules are, it can be baited. And that is how most of our battles we have won so far have worked. We have figured out how the AI works. We have presented them with scenarios that will tempt them into making a missed play, and then we will, you know, catch them with that. Like, bait and switch will get you very, very far in this game. Like, it is very hard to make an AI that knows better when you try and do bait and switch strats or things like that. But it's very easy to make an AI that just, oh yeah, it has a level 70 legendary, because fuck you. In Gen 1, yeah, so there was a funny loophole about that. Exactly. The dial, as far as like, if there's a way you will find it, if the world's, no, that one does not have a difference. Like, it will, the question of whether you want to do parish mode is a separate question. It will specifically ask you about parish mode. But yeah, like Dan was saying, that's something you can do to like exploit the AI. Like, it doesn't work anymore, but back in Gen 1, they would always use the type that was super effective against you. So if you sent a Mon that was weak to Psychic, it would just do nothing but spam Agility, which isn't even an attacking move. And it did literally nothing after after the first few boosts. You locked it into doing nothing but Agility forever because it thinks, oh, Agility is a Psychic move, right? And you can exploit that. You can get around battles that you really have no right winning because they will literally never attack you if you throw them on that's, you know, quote unquote weak to Agility at it. You can bait it like that. That is an example. Now, it doesn't work after Gen 1. They fixed that. But there are still several examples in this game of what we call baiting. And baiting the AI is really, it is what you do. It is how you win this game. You have to figure out what it's after. You have to figure out how to convince it that of what it thinks it's after. You have to do a clever bait and switch. You have to do really clever switch-ins. Like, you send someone who's really weak to a ghost-type move, so they try and blast you with the ghost-type move, and that's the same turn you switch in a normal type that's just completely immune to it. You know, that's a bait and switch. You gotta do that. More chat we missed, sorry. That's why Bulbasaur, yeah. Yep. Woefully underleveled Venomoth beats a Dragonite. Yes, exactly. And yeah, this game, it's actually the reason I recommend it. This is the game to play if you're used to, like, if your idea of strategies is, you know, the guy outside Brock's gym tells you, hey, this is a rock-type trainer, so bring water or grass, and you do, and you sweep their entire team, because, yay, you know type advantages. Like, to go from that to this kind of level, this is actually a really good game to train you for that, because there are things you might have seen. Every now and then there's what looks like a black flower, or like a black like sprout of what would be a berry that's in the ground that we've just been completely ignoring. They are very conspicuous. Anyone should be checking those out. We are not. Why is that? Because those are called memories of defeat. They are very specific battle puzzles where someone had a specific team and fought against a specific team, and they lost a battle, and their will was so crushed that they turned into this flower. And if you interact with it, you can reenact this battle. You have their team, the team they lost with, and you have to try and win where they couldn't. And it's the same team, it's the same opponents, it's the same everything, but you have to look at their team and figure out, okay, what is the trick here? What is do I baton pass? Do I do like any of those moves you're not used to using? One of my favorite ones, it's called the Memory of Betrayal. And this might be a spoiler, but it's the example of what I'm talking about. It is the reason it's called the Memory of Betrayal is because you have a mon with an ability called Justified, which gives you an attack boost every time you're hit with a dark type move. You also have a mon who has the move Beat Up, which is a dark type move that hits once per Pokemon in your team. The trick for the Memory of Betrayal is you need to attack yourself. If you have the Beat Up mon beat up the Justified mon, the Justified resists dark, so you're not going to do that much damage, but it's a multi-hit move. It'll go off 6 times. It'll get a plus, it'll get an attack boost for that every single time. So congratulations, you just made your Justified mon +6. So it can just sweep at that point. And that's how you solve the Memory of Betrayal. So all the battle memories are puzzles. And if you actually do those, the reason we are not doing them in this playthrough is the reward is you get a max revive, basically, and we don't need those because this is a no sacrifices run anyway. If anyone fades, we reset. But if you're playing on your file, just do show off the Magikarp. Which one is the Magikarp one? I'll do that after this. Farmlands, okay. If you do the battle memories, they will teach you how to be the kind of player that this game expects. The reason that we are doing this challenge now is because we beat this game before, and we did the battle memories the first time through. We learned from the battle memories, how to play this game. So don't feel stupid that you're not looking at Pokemon in this kind of super strategic level, because it's never asked you to before. You've never needed to before. Pokemon is a very entry-level JRPG for children, as Flair pointed out. You just have never experienced, what would you do if you were in a situation where this is what you actually needed to do? And the way to learn is do the battle memories. And I will show off one of them as soon as we get the other mon we're looking for in here. Yeah, exactly. This is such a good training game for, the deeper end of Pokemon meta. If you can figure out how this game wants you to think, and if you can make a good showing against this game, things like Cynthia's team in the main series will never bother you ever again. Because Cynthia, that kind of trainer, that's the wall. That's the person who stops you when, the only way you know how to play is the way you've been used to playing. Cynthia's a very unfair challenge. Cynthia's team will still be problems, but you will now know what to do in the face of problems. You will now know what to do to circumvent all those. Basically, you will have the answer to Cynthia's bullshit. Cynthia will not stop being bullshit. Cynthia is still bullshit. Cynthia will always be bullshit. But this game will give you, the ability to deal with bullshit. Okay, so we got the ones we were looking for here. Let's go back to Farmlands. Yeah, exactly. If you're not familiar with what a fear is, F-E-A-R, it's an acronym. If you've never done that kind of shenanigans in Pokemon, you will. You will. Because there are a lot of times in this game where, you know what? You can't you can't beat the champion with stats because they have level 70 legendaries. But I'll bet he hasn't thought about, like, what to do if you try just freaking fearing him. Because he's a scrub lord. All he knows is just how to throw bigger numbers at the problem. Anyway, a weeping vine grows from a pile of salt. It's all that remains of a wanderer that finally lost hope. Enter the memory of defeat? Yes, I'll find a way to win. Let's put this back to normal speed. Okay, so I forget what their team is, but let's look at what our team is for this. We've got a level 12 Ninjask, Smeargle, Magikarp, Poliwag. So what do we have? You've got a Focus Sash. So you can survive a single hit. That's interesting. You've got Speed Boost. So your speed stats gradually boosted. You've got Baton Pass. I'll bet what this wants me to do, you've got Substitute. So you set up a Substitute and just wait out for a few rounds. Oh, Protect! You got, okay, Sub-Protect. So basically your job is to sit here for as long as you can with this setup and let some turns pass, get your speed boost going, and then Baton Pass it on to the next mon in our team. Who's the next mon in our team? You've got a Smeargle, own tempo, prevents the Pokemon from becoming confused. You also have a Focus Sash, okay. Swords Belly Drum. Belly Drum Baton Pass. Okay, this is obvious what this wants us to do. You're gonna Belly Drum to get to +6, Baton Pass that along. Poliwag. You've got a Focus Snash too. Focus Snash. Water Absorb. Restores HP if hit with a water type move. And we are currently against a War Turtle. Okay, neat. Whoops! I did not mean to do that. I was trying to look at the summary screen. I was not looking at the... I did not mean to actually... I did not want to switch. I was still examining the situation here. Yeah, because if you look at this without these strategies, like... So far, how do you win this fight? Because none of the mon we've looked at so far even have an attacking move. How do you actually deal damage to this thing? Summary. It's great. It gives you a learning curve. You can figure it out. If not, the whole community is extremely helpful. And they can get you going. And also, again, that Let's Play I linked also goes over a lot of strategies when they went through these challenges too. Okay, so you've got Water Absorb, you've got Rest, Snore, Belly Drum, Baton Pass. So, again, no attacking moves. But you've got Belly Drum, Baton Pass. And finally, we have a Magikarp. The only mon on this team with an attacking move. All it has is Flail. It becomes more powerful the less HP it has Focus Sash. That means you're going to want this thing to survive one hit with a Focus Sash, be brought down to 1 HP, and then use Flail, where it's going to do a ton of damage, especially if it gets Baton past all these other stats. So, I think I have the idea here. So, against anyone else, like, 3 of these mon cannot attack. Literally have no attacking moves. The 4th is a Magikarp, and all it has is Flail. How do you possibly win with that? Well, we've got a Baton Pass chain, so let's do that. Let's Protect. Okay. That gives us a speed boost. Snore. Oh, Snore is an attacking move. You're right. I forgot about that. Let's set up... No, you can't use your Focus Sash if we use a Substitute, because that takes out HP. But the fact that we protected first, maybe we outspeed, so we can set a Substitute now. Yes, okay. Okay. So there goes our Substitute. We get a speed boost. Let's do that again. Stat boosts are incredible. Stat boosts make all the difference. Like, the first part of this puzzle was the fact that I used Protect first. I'll bet if I had tried to use Substitute first, I would not have outsped the War Turtle, because it's level 16 compared to Ninjask being level 12. But since we used Protect, that bought us a turn, speed boost kicked in, so we were at +1 speed, then we could do it. So can we do one more? Yes, we can. One more. Okay. And if this game is not for you as far as your temperament, that is fine. It's not for everyone. Again, that's why we link Dee Dee's Let's Play. That's a great way to experience the story without having to work out all this bullshit for yourself. Because it is some bullshit. But if you can do this, it is really worthwhile and rewarding. But like, you have to be the type of person that this game is for, and there's no shame if you're not, none whatsoever. We recommend this to the type of people who would enjoy this. We recommend the Let's Play to the type of people who wouldn't. Anyway, we have our speed, so let's baton pass. So then we put in the Smeargle, I think. No, then we put in the Poliwag, because you have Water Absorb, and all this thing does is Surf. Yes, okay. So now we Belly Drum. You withdrew, and you sent out someone else. Okay, interesting. Do we try and just rest and snore, or do we... No, I think we... What's Smeargle's deal? Most of these moves in the Memories of Defeat exist for a reason. We're already at +6. Stealth Rock! That's what that's for. Okay. Okay. So we are going to send this over to our good friend Smeargle. Aha! Aha! So you see what happened there? That would have been a wipe, but Smeargle hung on with its Focus Sash, and now we have exactly one turn while Hyper Beam has to stop and recover. Let's use that to set up a Stealth Rock. And now we are not sticking around. We have 1 HP. But now we send this to the Magikarp, and this is where the chain concludes. So the Magikarp now has a bunch of speed boosts. Now has +6 from Belly Drum. Now has Stealth Rock. And I believe this Hyper Beam's going to take it down to 1 HP, so Flail's going to hit with max strength. Yep. But now it's fast enough to outspeed everything, so now it just sweeps. Flail. Oh, you know what? You know what? I figured it out. I figured it out. I'll bet what was happening. I'll bet that some of the later Pokemon in this guy's team have Focus Sashes. So if I'd tried to go straight to the Magikarp and just like do this, it would have tanked the first hit, gone down to a 1 HP, survived, and then finished off the Magikarp. The Stealth Rock that we put in there, that's to break Focus Sashes. That's what that's for. That is really clever. And then we can just keep doing this. Yep. Yep. They would have stopped us with a Focus Sash without, if not for the Stealth Rock. might want to consider that in this game. The thing about this game is it's very non-linear. There's no, like, here's the first town, here's the second town. You can go in any direction, but, like, every direction has a gatekeeper, right? And you can get into the next area as soon as you can defeat that gatekeeper. But you might not be able to defeat the gatekeeper with your current team. And there's nothing wrong with that. It just means you're not ready for that part yet. So what you should do, like, challenge a trainer, scout them, see what they've got. If they have, like, if you look at their team and it's like, wow, okay, we have got nothing for that, then you just run, you go somewhere else, you come back later with a stronger team. And that's how you defeat one of the battle memories. We get determination, we got a memory of triumph, which we'll never use in this run, but that's basically that's how you do it. That is how this game teaches you to be strategic at Pokemon. Okay, so where were we? We finished out Dragon Cave, Sky Spear Passage. Yeah, no trainer that you, like, even in the worst case, like, oh shit, I did not realize there's like a level 50 trainer on this route that I just accidentally challenged. That's a wipe. No, it's not. Just run. Does defeating the memories of despair put the person who failed their battle to rest? You know, I don't know. That's a good question. I think so. It doesn't really say, but that's a really good way of looking at it. I could see that. Yeah, I think maybe, yeah. Yeah, Sky Spear Passage is this one. Yeah, well, the signs also say that never read anything you see, and the champion will reign forever. The signs are kind of full of shit. Okay, if you trust the signs, then you start to believe in things like the dread realization. Oh, these are both fishing. Okay. Oh, you have arena trap, right? Right. So we want to do some fishing here. We want you. I think so. No, that's a special move. You're physical. Yeah, the thing with the dread realization, like, we are not playing this game the way it is intended to be played. When the journal says that, like, hey, if you throw, like, 5 Pokemon at the problem and 4 of them faint, but hey, at least you won, that's a good trade for the most part, because, like, revives are very limited unless you go to bed, which wastes a day and you only have 13 days before the world ends, but you can always just catch more. Anything you lose, you can replace. Except we can't, because we're playing this game differently. But, like, if you're not us, then you're not playing on Perish mode, for one thing. But you can always get replacements. You can always get, like, upgrades when you get to the new area. So do not be afraid to just throw Pokemon at the problem. Yeah, no, don't do it like we're doing it. Here's the thing. We are doing it the stupid way because this is not our first time playing this game. I only came into this challenge because I already knew from all the battle memories, like, how to do this if I'm going to do this the bullshit way. Yeah, for the most part, You should be using the statues to get way better Pokemon than we'll ever get in this file. The like those are good. You want those. You should be like, you know, making strategic sacrifices, and like your time is more important than your Pokemon for the most part. If the only way to go to bed is, or excuse me, if the only way to heal is to go to bed, and the only way, yeah, if the only way to heal is to go to bed, but you lost a mon that's like, it's the first thing you caught in that area, it's not worth it to go to bed. Just catch another one. Just catch another one. Don't go to bed. Just put the ones that fainted in a graveyard somewhere. You know, play like that. Make sacrifices. Get to new areas. Don't be afraid to like come back later if an area is walling you off. Just keep pulling at individual threads until you find one you can beat, and then make progress from there. Yeah, basically. Like, we are not a good example for how you're supposed to play this game. We are taking how the game was actually designed to be played, what you're supposed to do when you play this game, and we are on a specifically designed challenge run to prove that wrong. Now, I believe you can play it the way we're doing it. I mean, we've made it this far, but don't do it like us on the first try. At the very least, wait until you have some experience. This is not an accurate depiction of how this game is supposed to go. This is what you are watching here. Like, this is the work of trained professionals. Do not try this at home, you know? That's what this is. Exactly, exactly. And Dan is here, the person who actually made this game, reminding us once again that this was never even play tested for what we're doing to literally be possible. It might not be. The only way to prove that what we're doing is actually possible is to do it. Exactly, exactly. I'm up to the challenge, but don't do what we're doing until you're up to that kind of challenge. Anyway, you can have a Swampert, Exactly. Exactly. Do not be afraid of any corners you have to cut. Like, I know there's for example, there's kind of an unspoken rule in main series Pokemon games that even though you have this entire item pocket with potions and stuff in it, for the most part, you will generally try to win the battle without using it. Most people we know, including us, when we're playing a main series Pokemon game, like, if we beat this gym leader, but we had to use a hyper potion to do it, it just feels wrong somehow. It feels like that victory is tainted somehow, like we didn't do it the sporting way. No, this game is here to break you of that habit. If you beat a certain trainer by using a potion literally every round to just sit there and heal and heal and heal and heal until it runs out of PP and struggles itself to death, congratulations, you found a way to win that fight that works. You will take that. That is a victory. We do not question victories around here. How about them? What about them? What about them? What's your point? That is true. Nearly the whole game is technically optional. The Champion's Throne is like literally above the starting area. There is one trainer who has like a level 20 team that's blocking the way. As soon as you can beat him, you can beat the game. Well, no, you can't. But as soon as you beat him, you can try to beat the game. And Journey's End. I believe there is currently an active open challenge. You know when Dan was mentioning, like, if you beat it under certain challenge conditions, they'll make a statue of you and give you a shout out in the game and everything. I believe one of the challenges that has not been claimed yet is to beat the game without beating any of the major bosses. So no Queen of Orchids, no Dragon Master G, no Steel Father, no Red. I don't think people have done that yet, but it's on the board if anyone wants to try. It should technically be possible, but the stuff you get from beating the bosses will help you out a lot, so there's a reason most people do it. Exactly. Yes, exactly like that. What was I doing? Speaking of Journey's End, yeah. There's a guy standing right here, right? He's got a level 20 team. That's it. That is the only thing stopping you from walking all the way up here into the Champion's Throne. Meanwhile, I will get a Snorlax because we got some extra money. Let's put him in the party for now. Whoops, no, I did want that actually. But you are a main party mon. You go in here. Yeah. Though to be fair, again, this will become more apparent the more you do the battle memories, and like once you get to the type of level we're at, seeing the level, like once you start putting together like gimmicky hacks bullshit strategies to get past impossible encounters, Disguise is so busted. Oh my god, I am jealous of you. We took the Bird of Ill Omen, and I do not regret that, because it's Nimbly. It's Nimbly from our Soul Silver run. Nimbly is a great Pokemon. It's a great early game carry. It's a fantastic choice. But, oh my god, I wish I had Disguise. Yeah. For this run specifically, I maybe should have, in hindsight. But we made it this far, and you know what? We'll make it. Yeah. No, Mimikyu is a great choice, especially for challenge runs. Disguise is OP. And as you can see, my greatest nemesis in this game is not the challenge, or it's not the trainer battles, not the unfair fights we have to. It's the menuing. It's the fact that, okay, we need to fly somewhere. Is that no, it's not here. It's no, it's here. No, it is here. Right, I remember now. It takes me like 6 tries to find anything I'm looking for every single time, and I am so sorry about that. I will continue to keep doing it. Case in point, I want the flute. And I went to the wrong menu for it. Because I always do. Always. Whoops. Okay. I forget what you're weak against. Let's try these. Yeah, works. Oh, heck you. Ow. Okay, okay, okay. Dang it. That's why we saved first. Yeah, that was awesome. We can't use Destiny Bond in our run for obvious reasons, but that is such a cool trick. When we saw them do that, it's like, yeah, that was well played. Extremely well played. Oh, come on. Oh, hello. Too bad we already have you. Who else were we looking for here? A bunch of stuff, actually. So we got the Ferrothorn. We also want a Rhyhorn, a Grovyle, and a Volcarona. There's the Rhyhorn. And you're a pain, so get me the Ultra Ball instead, I guess. Thank you. Yeah, as soon as you can get rid of that guy, like the sooner you can get rid of that guy, the sooner you can start the Poker Lounge side quest, which gives you all sorts of stuff that's worth getting. But that's kind of how this game works in general. It's a Metroidvania. It's Metroidvania-ish in that money and berry juices. Notice how that's what we've been going through, like, almost exclusively. It's almost Metroidvania-ish in anytime you can go to a new area, that gives you new toys to play with. And as soon as you can take out someone that unlocks a new area, that's a huge power upgrade because now you have access to whatever's in the next area. There you are. Grovyle, our beloved. Grovile, our beloved, is being kind of a pain. Grovile, please. Grovile, please. Please. Pulls. Thank you. I think it sets kind of fine as it is, actually. We'll take that one, though. But yeah, like, if you need more proof that we are not the normal experience for how you're actually supposed to play this game, look at this, right? All the stuff we've been gathering here. And we are about 3/4 of the way done with our shopping trip for the record. Like, in addition to all these guys here. So why do I need all of these different mon? This is like more... This collection alone is bigger than most people's entire parties when they go through an entire Pokemon game. It's because every one of these has a particular niche. And I want to have all the options available to us. It could end up being, because we haven't game planned out the last few fights yet, it could end up being that this one just happens to have the niche we need. Or this one, or this one. Like, it is very likely most of them will go unused, but I need all the options on the table. I love this song, by the way. There you are. Sure, we'll take an extra silver powder. That's a good bonus. Okay, I believe that means we're done here. Let's do some fishing in the Queen's Garden. Queen's not here to stop us anymore. Wow, there's a lot here. Okay. Wow, okay. Fishing is hard on hyperspeed, it turns out. Yes, that's canon, thank you. Oh, I have not checked Discord. I will check that after the stream. Oh, no. You are fine. You are absolutely fine. But I understand having that panic. So if you want to lurk, if that's more comfortable for you, then enjoy the lurk. But if it makes you feel any better, I promise you did not cross any boundaries. You did not do anything unwelcome. You are fine. If you'd just rather be quiet just for your own comfort, I respect that, and I hope you have a good lurk, and I hope you enjoy yourself, enjoy your video games. But you are always welcome here, and you have not wronged anyone here in any way. You are lovely. Ow? Okay. Didn't realize that was on the option. I guess let's heal a bit before we try that again. Oh, whoops, it went back to normal speed. There we go. There you are. Okay, so don't mess around with this one. Got it. Straight to the Ultra Balls it is. Oh, come on. Ultra Balls, get in. Okay, fine. Thank you. Jeez. That one was a pain. Again, pick the wrong menu. I always do. I did promise you I will continue to do that. So that concludes the fishing portion of the Queen's Garden. We still have the land encounters we need, but I need to take another quick AFK break. So I'm going to save, get back to the menu, and we will be right back. I know this one's running long, but we are getting closer to getting done with our shopping, and I really want to try at least the first challenge before this stream ends. Because I've been game planning for this guy so much. I don't want that still hanging over our head when I stop for the night. So, save. So that's why I will be back. We just have so much shopping to do is all. Okay, there's our screen. And let's go AFK. And we return. Sorry about that. Here, of course, is the same screen we were just on. So those should be able to be joined. And let us resume. I know this one's running a bit late. We're probably going to have dinner brought in at some point, so I'm just going to be like having soup in between comments and just kind of eating at the computer desk midstream and everything, because this took longer than I thought it was going to. But it's worth it because I really want this guy out of our head before we go to bed tonight. Yenma wasn't the one we were after in the land, right? No, it was not. Okay. Really glad for this game speed up feature, though. Ow. God, again, I had speed boost. Maybe we should get one then. Couldn't hurt, I guess. Yeah, sure, we'll take one, I guess. Unless it breaks out of a critical catch. Oh, rude. You are being exceptionally rude right now. There we go, thank you. An extra wide lens! Nice! That's worth the price of admission alone. We'll take that. Okay, I deserve that one.
Oh, yeah!
Again, always takes me the second try to find the right menu. Every time. That's fine. What's the last one you were looking for again? Oh, right. Oh! Rude. Alright, so what are our approximate odds on this one? Another 3.4%. Oh dear. Everything all right over there? Oh dear. I wasn't going to save that run anyway. Nothing happened since the last time we saved, except being hit a bunch of times, so... Ugh, that sounds... That sounds bad. Yeah, glad it's not that at least. How do you get intimidated in your sleep? Ooh, that sounds good. And nothing of value was lost. Really? We found a second Dr. Pikachu. Those things are like 1.4% encounter, I think. Found one of those before what we're actually looking for. You know what? Sure. Why the hell not? I don't know why I'd ever need two, but they're just... Since they're even rarer than the thing we're looking for, may as well, I guess. Watch us find a frickin' third one before we find what we're... Oh, thanks for waking us up, I guess. Sometimes there just are no words. You know, those things have like a 1% chance to appear. The thing we're looking for is 3. We shouldn't have seen 2 of them before we see what we're actually trying to find. But that's Poke RNG for you. Always a mischievous sort, that one. A third one! Oh, good heavens. This is... Pokemon luck. Pokemon luck is a thing. Never doubt the power of Pokemon luck. Let me just double check that. Dr. Pikachu has a 1.3% chance of appearing in this area. What we're looking for is 3.4. So we have now seen 3 of those things. And not the thing that is like literally more than twice as common. I know 3.4 still isn't a lot. I know that's still rare. But come on. It's not more rare than... Thank you! Good God! It's not more rare than, like, 3 Dr. Pikachus. Don't you dare. Okay, fine. No playing around then. So why Kecleon, you might be asking? Isn't that one kind of mid as far as Pokemon go? Again, just like Love Disc, this one's got a special move. It's like a... It's a stronger version of Synchronoise. And this thing can learn Color Change, and Protean is a hidden ability. So, there are potential shenanigans we can pull with this. I haven't figured out the exact game plan yet, but I like having the options. Meanwhile, I don't think we need this many Dr. Pikachus. I'm sorry. We'll keep one extra one. Does that finish out the Queen's Garden? Crobat, Venomoth, Kecleon, Toxapex, Dragalge, Seismitoad, Araquanid. Yes, okay, good. Where's the hub of... Lone Vulpix we have already. What about the Mamoswine? I know we have a Mammoth. It's 42. Yeah, we're good there. Sky Spear Cavern, Onyx and Aron. Those we need. Wait, we got the Aron already. We just need the Onyx. Yeah, you're around... Yeah, you're right there. We just need the Onyx. Okay, back to Sky Spear then. Hey, I released them. They were released back into the wilds to live happy lives. They didn't faint. They had full HP. They were taken very good care of. Where are we going? Sky Spear. Right, so Shimmering Lake. First try, nice. And that takes care of that. Okay. Nothing in Upper Sky Spear. Interesting. Just the summit. Speaking of songs I really like, where's the biggest patch of grass to wander around in? I guess it's this one. Okay. And what do we want on the summit again? Just Amanda Buzz. All right. Here you are. Don't you look pretty? You look like you appreciate luxury. There we go. And then the hives, Abstrika and Durant. Do we have those already? Again, fourth try on, we have 2 options for which menu you could open. That's how good I am at menuing. So he said Striker, 42. Okay, you're good. So I guess we just need the Durant then? I could have sworn we had one, but apparently not. Okay, well, off to the hive then, and that should be our last stop, actually, before going to the Champion's Throne. Wait. Since the Zebstrika was over here somewhere, we should put it with the Mon we're collecting in our benches. There we go. Okay, just a Durant and then we're good. Thank you so much for the well wishes. Rude. We don't actually have one of those, so you know what? Sure, I guess. Wasn't what I was actually looking for, but we'll take one. There you are. Oh no, we didn't have one already. Okay, interesting. Well, we do now, I guess. Oh my goodness. Okay. That concludes the shopping trip. That was only the first 5 hours of this stream. Thank you all for sticking with us. Sarah says, imagine what this would have been like if we didn't have the speed up function. Yeah, you added that just in time. Thank you for that. We are also just about completely out of berry juices, but that's okay, because where we're going, we are about to lose the ability to use anything in our medicine pocket. So that sucks. So I guess use them while we have them, right? Which means I shouldn't feel bad about using the paralyzed heal either, right? What do you have? Where did you get that, and why? You have Pickpocket. You must have taken it from a wild Pokemon and just... Sure? Thanks? Snorlax is level 20. Right, let's go fix that. That is the last thing on our to-do list before we go to the Champion's Throne. But oh my gosh, we are so close. We are so close, I can taste it. Oops, speaking of things I can taste, I think dinner's coming. One moment, please. Hi, let me help you with that. Oh, things might be hot on the bottom. Okay, thank you so much. Did you find a spot for it? Let's see. It's a pretty good container, so we can just do this.
Don't burn yourself.
Yeah, we've got pants. So, yeah.
Okay.
All right. Yep. Thank you so much. Let's recenter the camera a bit because I'm changing positions now. So there we go. Yeah, sorry about that. Had to shift over for a bit because dinner was coming. So now we have soup. Now we have a bowl of soup in our lap that we will be working on in between as we're doing game stuff. So we were gonna bring Snorlax to level 40 real quick, just because why not? Because this is our last chance to. Oh, heck. Okay, so now we can go to the champion's throne. Journey's End. Okay. Throne of the Champion. By decree of the champion, challengers may not use medicine items in the seat of his power. The weak will be weak. The strong will be strong. The champion will reign forever. Yeah, so as soon as we step through this door, the medicine pocket is no longer a thing. Fortunately, the other pockets still work, so we will still be able to like configure our team with the ability patches and capsules and whatnot. Fortunately, we will not lose those. I thought for a second that we had to get our team properly configured before setting in because we were about to lose access to our entire inventory, and that would have sucked. But no, it's just the medicine. That said, there is one particular medicine item, or item that's coded as medicine, that if we wanted to figure out when we were going to use it, we probably should have done it before this, but it's not a super high priority. I guess we can just go without, and that is the PP ups. Fortunately, restoring PP is not an issue, so I've never really needed it to increase anything's max PP, so I guess those will just go unused. But, other than that... That said, while we're here, because I know I've done a lot of game planning for the first guy we're up against, we can at least get our first team specifically figured out. Oh, heck. I know, the motion capture doesn't like it when I bend over. To be fair, my hair does that in real life, too. It's not inaccurate. And there goes the spoon. Oops. Oh, well. Just trying to have some of this soup before stepping in because I haven't eaten all day, so this is good. It sure does. It be like that. So, the first guy we're up against, these aren't really like your standard Pokemon teams where they're just like single monotype or anything, so it's kind of hard to pin down what his deal is. He's got a bunch of very bulky mon of various genres, types that all have weakness policies, so that sucks. But then he's also got like a U-turn Talonflame on top of that. But our counterplay to this, which I've been working on, again, there are only two options, and it somehow took me the third try to get it. So for this, we are going to want... We're going to want Dactyl Mare. We are going to want Who remembers, like, from the earlier episodes? They should still be around here somewhere. Here we go. You're actually going to want Crater for this, believe it or not. We're going to want... Where's the rest? Where are our notes? Blade Wings, yes. Definitely want Blade Wings. Blade Wings would never forgive us if she didn't get to participate in the final battles. I'm going to bench for now. Where are you? This one I think was already on the bench. We had a Tapu Fini around here somewhere. There it is. And actually, you're a main party mon probably. Yeah, we want Giratina Visso. And one of the ones we just got in our shopping trip, actually. Which is part of why we did this shopping trip, because you never know when something is gonna come up in the next battle. That was really good. What's with Giratina Visso's coloring? That's an interesting ditto right there. Let me carefully set this bowl of soup down and I'll show you. Yeah, it's a bit unlike the other dittos. It's very Pride. Those are trans flag colors, but also it's like an improved ditto. It's like a better ditto. This is for a game that likes to throw unfair stats at you and expect you to come up with clever ways around them. This is probably the most powerful Pokemon they give you, honestly. So many battles come down to, hey, those are some amazing stats you have there. I'll bet they'd look even better on us. That was, in fact, how we finished the Moon DLC, which Dan didn't even think was possible until we did it. But this was the key to victory right here. Do not underestimate the power of just, like, if your enemy is just way better than you, then just be them. And you will see what I mean, because Giratina Visso will definitely have a role to play in this upcoming fight, if all goes to plan. Fairly big one, too. Okay, that's enough for now. I can save the rest of that. So let's get everyone's moves set up, because I need to do that. You already have rock slide. I think you need earthquake. Yeah, we'll take that. Wing attack, there it is. And for this one, we're going to want to endure. Again, in a game where like they just throw absolutely unsurvivable one-hit KOs at you, like anything you can do, like protect, endure, to get around that ends up being the key a lot of times. We can substitute Iron Head, I guess. You get a Jolly Mint. And what is your current ability? Rockhead. I think we'd rather have a nerve. Not that that's gonna make a huge difference, but you never know. Now, Crater over here. Crater gets Wide Guard for sure. Let's put that over Rapid Spin. And what are your other options, honestly? Let me check my notes again. Oh, yeah, Rage Powder. Yeah, that'll help a lot. We'll keep U-turn. I guess we can put Bug Bite away. For your nature, you actually want to be sassy. And if you're wondering how I'm just like speed running all of this, you saw the spreadsheet at the beginning of the stream, right? This is the stuff I've been figuring out. And you're sturdy already, so you are good. Let's just rearrange these. Okay. Blade Wings. You have Acrobatic, Smart Strike, Endure, Tailwind. I think that might be your complete set, actually. Oh no, it is not. It is not. You want... Oops. I was literally on the right one and just didn't recognize it as such. You want Iron Defense. That over Tailwind. And you want... Body Press, because it's a fighting move that goes off your defense stat, which is already ridiculous because you're a Skarmory, but Iron Defense gives it +2 on top of that, so we can put that there. Because I think you still need Endure too, just in case. You already have the good nature, I think. You just need... Yeah, okay, you are good. And you need a name. You currently have Ryan, Defog, Heal, Pulse, Surf. I don't think that's correct. Let's see what we have here. We want... Where'd you go? Where'd you go? There you are. Muddy Water, Moonblast, Heal, Pulse, Nation. Okay, so we kept one of those anyway. Again, it was literally on the right one that I just used, and since I didn't make the connection, I just started to scroll away to look for it. And you want timid. Okay. Giratina this, so it's a ditto. There's not really a lot to configure there. I believe you're fine. Red Plepper, on the other hand. Okay, well, I know we can do better than that. Protect, we'll take that. Soak is an interesting one. I don't think that's the answer now, but it's good to remember that's there because it might be later. Hurricane we definitely want. So Pelipper's, I haven't been using Pelipper as much as I probably should have been. It's actually, like, really good, it turns out, because it's got, like, two of the most savage, like, stabs in the game in Hydro Pump and Hurricane that are, like, you know, 110 power or so, and their only drawback is the low accuracy, unless it's raining, in which case they auto-hit. And it has an ability that sets rain when it comes in. So, like, yeah. And maybe U-turn, I guess. You already have protect. Or flip turn, yeah. Or... nah, we'll do U-turn. Yeah, that seems like a good set. Now we just need to make sure you have the correct personality ability. You have Drizzle already, that's good. You want... Probably modest, I think. Let me check my notes. Actually, yeah, let's do defense instead. So that'd be bold. Because you're kind of a tank. So it's really odd that the bold personality is the one that boosts defense and lowers attack. But whatever, I guess. There we go. Or, you know what? Let's make it modest after all. Because I do want that thing to be able to hit. And that is our team for the first of the Elite Four challenges. I think we're finally ready. I just need to get a bit more soup first, and then we will step inside. Sorry, I had to have some chat to catch up on here because I had the spreadsheet up, so I didn't see what everyone was typing. One more round, is it? Yeah. Yep, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, so, like, that's my fault. It's not that people have been sleeping on Pelipper by any means. It's that I've been sleeping on Pelipper specifically. I should have realized a long time ago that, hey, wait a minute, this thing's actually really good. So let's save to file A. And because everything we do from here on is going to be irreversible, let's... frickin' hell. Let's save to a different file, just in case. We'll put this in B. And this will be our actual Champion's Throne save. Can I put this controller? There we go. So you might be looking at that team wondering what the grand plan is here, because that's kind of an odd assortment of misfits. Like, really, like Fortress? We haven't used Craters since like episode, I don't know, 8 or something. We just got this Pelipper. Like, what are we actually doing over here? Well, you'll see. And if it works, I'll be very proud of this. Let's just get a bit more nourishment first. Okay. We can have the rest of that later. Okay. All right. At last, the time has come. Only the worthy may beat the champion. His work is too important to be disturbed by weaklings. Are you worthy? I mean, I've been working pretty hard on this. I'm feeling pretty good at this point. No, you are arrogant. Flee now and live a little longer. The champion will reign forever. Did you know? Medicine items cannot be used within the walls of this tower. If you don't believe us, try it now. The item bag cannot be accessed in battle either. Did you know? Once a challenger enters, the doors will shut behind them. Spectators, remember to pre-order your seats if you want to watch the carnage. Did you know? After each battle, challengers will have the opportunity to change out their team. Bring your finest legions. Spurn the champion's generosity at your own, the champion's generosity. This is the kind of dicklord we're dealing with here, okay? He puts in these restrictions about how you're not allowed to use items in the tower because the champion says items are banned, lol, or at least medicine. And yeah, PC's growing in the corner, and yet he's saying, oh, but you can use the PC because he's just so generous. Like, he just really wants us to just, like, as he's putting in all these stupid rules to benefit himself and everything, like, we're still supposed to just suck his dick because we're all still allowed to, like, breathe the same air as him. Like, okay, yeah, you turned off our medicine pouch, but thank you so much for still letting us use the PC. He's that kind of, on his side, probably. Wouldn't be surprised. Anyway, let's save to file B. Some do. Beauty Skin Taker does. And here's our first challenge of the Elite Four, because of course he has an Elite Four. He's the champion. He has to hide behind henchmen and have his goons wear us down first. A wanderer. How splendid. I have so many questions about the state of this world beyond this tower. But if I ask, you might give me answers. And then I would have nothing to wonder about in these last frozen hours. There's only one thing I know for certain. The champion will reign forever. So here's our first Elite Four, Dr. Vane. He leads with Talonflame and Melodic. This is what we've been game planning for, okay? This is why we lead with the exact lead we do. So, I'm going to walk you through this round, okay? Because I'm proud of this. I worked hard on this. Check this out. Talonflame here has a choice band, which boosts its attack by a lot. It has Brave Bird, Flare Blitz, and U-Turn. It's also really fast naturally because it's a freaking Talonflame. So normally what this thing is going to do is be really obnoxious and do a choice boosted U-turn on you, and then just switch out before you can go. Like, it'll outspeed you because it's a Talonflame. It does U-turn and then it's gone before you can do anything about it in return. So you're going to be dealing with this thing like doing hit and run tactics basically until he's down to his last two Pokemon. Unless he sees a kill with either Brave Bird or Flare Blitz, because those are options too. Also, it has Gale Wings, which gives flying moves +1 priority. So if he uses Brave Bird specifically, it comes at like quick attack speeds. Now, by comparison, the Melodic here is a bit more passive, not the right word, but it's a bit more predictable. It really, all it has is two self buffs like Recover and Calm Mind, and two attacks, Muddy Water and Ice Beam, both that just go after the entire team. So it's got some AoEs. It hits very hard, but it's slow. So what's going to happen is that thing will probably just throw Muddy Water at us every round, and it's gonna suck. But the Talonflame, oh, that fucking Talonflame. So here's what we're gonna do. It doesn't have Ice Beam, it has Icy Wind. Did I say Ice Beam? I meant Icy Wind, sorry. Anyway, the Talonflame it has priority, otherwise it's just really fast. Now, we are leading with Mega Aerodactyl, which is one of the very, very few mon in the game that's actually faster than Talonflame is. And it has Rock Slide, which Talonflame is quad weak to. So if Dactylmare here Mega Evolves and Rock Slides, then it will actually one-hit KO Talonflame before it can do its U-turn or anything, and get this thing off the board before it even gets a chance to get started on its nonsense. Now, I did mention Wing Attack, or excuse me, not Wing Attack. Brave Bird is priority. So what we want to do is bait the Talonflame to use something besides Brave Bird. That is why, of all the Mon we could have picked here, Crater is sitting here. I chose Crater, I chose Fortress, specifically because it has a quad weakness to fire. Talonflame is going to see Crater, and it's going to want to Flare Blitz Crater. That's going to be an irresistible allure. So remember when I said earlier the key to getting around this game's bullshit is to successfully bait it? This is what I mean. If Crater exists, then I know Talonflame's going to want to Flare Blitz it, which is not a priority move. Gale Wings only works on flying moves. Therefore, it's going to go at regular speed, which Dactyl Mare outspeeds. So what you will see happen is it will choose its move, and then we'll never see what it chose, even though I know it's going to be Flare Blitz. Because Dactyl Mare will go first, do a Rock Slide, and Talonflame will just drop. Meanwhile, the Melodic that has Muddy Water that does a lot of damage that I was complaining about, there's a chance it could be stopped by the flinch hacks, because Rock Slide has a 30% chance to flinch. But rather than count on that, I'm just... Thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. Oh, you are lovely. Welcome. But instead of relying on that, we're just going to Wide Guard, which will take care of everything Melodic has. So this will 100% for sure take out the Talonflame before it can do anything. They're going to get through this round without a scratch. And if my calculations are correct, of all the Mon Dr. Vane can send next, it's going to bait Nidoking specifically, which is actually what we want, believe it or not. So this is why I just did. I'm just going to take those retroactively and say that was for that. That is why I am so proud of this round. Yeah. Well, I'm not explaining the whole battle, because it's going to fall apart after this, but I am really proud of that first round, okay? I have solved the first round. This is going to be awesome. Check this out. So we go Mega. We got Wide Guard. Rock Slide goes before whatever... Okay, I don't like that it missed Melodic, but whatever, I guess. We can work with that. But it takes Talonflame off the board. Actually, no, that is the one thing I will not accept. It does need to hit. I don't care if it flinches, because again, Wide Guard protects us anyway, but we do need to at least get some damage in. That is, I'm trying to make this as least reliant on luck as possible, which is why I didn't just count on the flinch here, but I do want it to at least hit. Yep. That is true, but at the very least, this sets us in just about the best possible position we could be in at the start of round 2. His most annoying hit and runner will already be off the board. We will have, we'll be up 6-5, and we won't have a single scratch between us. It's perfect. Apologies for my hand doing this, by the way. It's because the position I'm... Why the Okay, he has never done that before. I have been extensively... Like, Flare Blitz is a quad weakness. That is a kill. It sees a kill and it goes for it. Every time. Every time. That is weird. Must be like 99 times out of 100 or something. Or maybe I forgot to Mega. I don't know. Okay. Rock Slide, Wide Guard. There we go. That's what's supposed to happen. There we go. That's the perfect round 1. Now, what do we do here? So I believe what's going to happen here is Nidoking is going to want to Ice Beam Dactyl Mare, because that's the most potent move it has. That paired with the Muddy Water from Melodic is going to be a kill. And we can't do Wide Guard again, because protect moves don't work twice in a row. So what we're actually going to do, and we want to swap out now anyway. Remember when I said, like, the better the Mon is, the better the Mon looks on us? This is a job for Kyorte Visso. Meanwhile, to draw fire and get Kyorte Visso in safely, what I'm going to do, Dactylmare will endure. So whatever happens, it's going to live through this round, probably with 1 hit point, but that's fine. Crater has a slow U-turn, which means it'll probably go after the muddy water, after everything, but that's fine. It survives. Then it gets out and it puts Kyorte Visso in its place. I'm going to point at the melodic, I believe. That's the one we want to do. Endures melodic, yeah, because we want to wear this thing down more. Does this Nido not have Earthquake? It does, but guess what? We have Flying type. I forgot to give people items. Shit, sorry. Sorry, reset. But basically the battle goes like that. But let me actually give people items this time. That reminded me. Yes, you've got your Aerodactylite. You've got your... What do you have? Flying gem. Yeah, that's good. So we've either got... Everyone here is either going to have an air balloon or they're a flying type. So we should be good. Which means you... Actually, we can do better for you. You get the... Where is it? It's a custom item in this game that's basically... It's an air balloon that doesn't break. It's a permanent air balloon. There you go. That's what did it. Yeah, it was never going for that before because I forgot to give Crater the air balloon. Whoops. That's on me. That's on me. You can have an air balloon. You can have an air balloon. Where did it go? Wrong pocket. And you're a flying type. You don't really need one. So what can we give you instead? You get a berry to, like, heal yourself because you're kind of our tank. You're going to be taking some hits later on. So let's give you... There it is. You get that one. Okay. Now I believe we're ready. Yep. Get wrecked, Talonflame. LOL. That is so satisfying. Because that Talonflame is so annoying if you let it just keep coming in and out and doing, like, choice U-turns on you, like, 6 times in a row. I love just getting that thing off the board round 1. Anyway, you endure. You, like, take everything this team has, survive it, and then U-turn out to get Kyorte Visso in without having to deal with being hit this round. That's the beauty of having a slow U-turn. Yep, as I suspected, you're going to Ice Beam. Dactylmare endured. We're going to do Muddy Water. Dactylmare's still going to endure. Crater takes it and survives. Air Balloon pop, but whatever, it's out anyway. And this is where we put... This is where we put in our Nidoking to beat your Nidoking. Now, if I've done the math correctly, I believe double Earthquakes from these two... I know these two outspeed everyone, including the Ditto outspeeds itself, because we have an item that's just sits in our back pocket. It's a key item that gives all our Pokemon just a passive 10% speed boost. So if our stats are identical plus our 10%, that means Giratina will outspeed the original Nidoking. So, and Milotic's even slower than Nidoking. And nothing is faster than Dactylmare. Therefore, I believe a double Earthquake here does just enough damage to take out both of them before either of them can do anything. Which is good because they have weakness policies, which they're both weak to ground. So the first Earthquake's going to activate their weakness policy, which gives them a tremendous attack boost. That is really bad. We do not want to deal with that. So we won't. We'll just finish them off with the second Earthquake. Lunar Circlet protects against that. Oh, you just barely survived that. Okay, that is bad, actually. We'll take that. That is not what was supposed to happen, but, so we're already, like, completely off the rails, but we're in a good position, so we'll take it. We take these. We take these! Okay, so what are we doing now? Basically, from this point forward, Giratina just Earthquake spams the entire rest of the board. What does Dactylmare do? Does Dactylmare get out? What do we do against Aegislash? So Aegislash is probably going to want to Shadow Sneak Dactylmare. This is where we put in Blade Wings. Blade Wings laughs at the entire moveset of Aegislash, actually. Like, the entire... Yeah, Dactylmare just endured last round is the problem. I don't think it can endure twice in a row. I mean, there's a 30% chance, but I really don't want to take that chance. So this is a job for Blade Wings. Blade Wings just no-sells everything. No? What do you mean, no? It Earthquake. You're right. You're right. It can. You're right. Thank you. Sorry. It can endure. It can draw fire, and you can Earthquake. So there goes a Nidoking, which is really good because I don't like anything that has Horn Drill being allowed to survive. Versus Ferrothorn. Now we want to get Dactylmare out of there. Because Blade Wings basically laughs at everything either of these two can do. It can't do anything against either of them in return, but just if we want a Pokemon whose job is to draw fire, because they're going to be aiming at Dactylmare, it has 1 HP left. They see the kill there. Blade Wings will tank all of this, and Giratina will once again just Earthquake. LOL. This Charizard is going to Mega Evolve. I know for a fact that's a Mega Charizard X, which fortunately is the version of Mega Charizard that loses its flying type. So guess what Giratina is just going to keep on doing. Keep on doing. Now Blade Wings, on the other hand, is about to eat a Flare Blitz. That is bad. So this is where we put Red Plepper in to summon Rain to nerf the fire, and also just because it resists fire anyway. So Blade Wings did a great job tanking that hit. Now, again, bait and switch, bait and switch, bait and switch. That is what this game is all about. Bait, switch. That is how you win. And meanwhile, Earthquake just keeps on keeping on. So now, more baiting and switching, because guess what? Guess what Charizard's other move is? It knows Flare Blitz is not going to work now, especially because it's raining, but it has Dragon Claw. That thing can, like, one-hit KO just about anyone on the team, except, conveniently, a Fairy type who happens to be immune to Dragon. Like, completely immune. So this is just going to completely fizzle as we switch Shelly in. Red Plepper already did their job by setting Rain and taking the Fire Blast. So now Shelly's going to tank that Dragon Claw. And Kyurte, this is just going to keep on keeping on. And that's why everyone has an earth or an air balloon, because there's a lot of earthquaking going on here. And I guess it didn't even matter, because we were just going to outspeed anyway. Okay, forgot about Power Whip. Okay, that was like the last round, though. So the only thing we need to do differently is not do that switch out there. Like, because we outspeed, so the Charizard's going down anyway. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Or even just don't switch. No, wait, Pelipper doesn't like Power Whip either, does it? Either way, we got pretty much to the end of that battle. We have this battle mostly figured out. It's just sticking the landing at the very end there. I'm very confident about this. That is true. That is very true. And again, taking that Talonflame out makes all the difference. It's easy to overlook in this battle. Like, you kind of forget Talonflame's there because it goes down round 1, right? It's like not even a part of this battle. Like, oh, there was a Talonflame on the team too? No, trust me. If you let that thing do its U-turn nonsense, you will never hear the end of it. It will, like, every time any Mon faints, like, if we take down the Nidoking, he'll switch his Talonflame back in and it'll U-turn back out. And then we'll take out the Melodic and he'll switch his Talonflame back in and it'll U-turn back out. Getting that thing off the board, we basically just defeated like 7 Pokemon in one move right there, if you count each of its appearances. So that is really, really good. That is basically what gave us this battle, or one of the things that gave us this battle. Again, we take that. Again, I thought that was supposed to kill, but whatever. If it wastes its attack on missing with Horn Drill, we take those. We absolutely take those. So here's where we put in Blade Wings. No, wait, you're right, you're right. I forgot what... Yeah, he did Earthquake. Dactyl Mare did Earthquake, so it endures again. You're right. I forgot what round it was again the second time. Endure Quake. You're right. LOL. Now we send in Blade Wings, and we Quake again. Blade Wings just laughs at that. The Flare Blitz is going to be a problem, or it would be, but we're just doing a whole bait-and-switch chain here, so this is now Red Plepper's job. And, of course, while the whole bait-and-switch chain is happening on one side, that keeps the heat off Kyorte Thisso, who can just keep on quaking. It's lovely. It is beautiful. So here, it doesn't matter what Charizard wants to do, because Charizard's going to get outsped and dropped anyway. It's all about Ferrothorn and that Power Whip, which means, yeah, you're right. This is another job for Blade Wings. And another job for just more Earthquakes. Can never have too many Earthquakes. Oh man, talk about not very effective. Yeah, you don't say. And at this point, we've won. It literally does not matter what Ferrothorn does, because Nidoking's going to outspeed. Kyorte Thisso, I should say. The better Nidoking is going to outspeed and finish it off with the Earthquake anyway. But just for fun, let's throw in an Acrobatics, I guess. And one more Earthquake. Welcome back! We sure are. Rather decisively, too. We actually kicked Dr. Vane's ass. Once we figured it out, my plan worked to absolute perfection. Yeah, exactly. We have not just cleared, we have solved Vane. We just chumped Vane there. That was beautiful. So I must learn what lies beyond. Nice! Thank you for the announcement. This is probably where we're going to stop for the night, though, because I have not game planned everyone else after this. I put all my effort in this stream into coming up with that shopping list and solving Vane. But oh my god, I am so glad that worked. We frickin' solved Vane. Oh man. That was a solve. That feels good. That feels really good. We have not. So that's one challenge down. The champion desires a challenge. If you admit you are weak, we will heal your unfainted Pokemon. So remember what I said earlier about how the champion's just kind of gaming this whole system and expecting us to just like, just suck up to him with his generosity and everything. Like, he wants us to grovel, and it doesn't feel good, but I think the message this game is trying to say at this point is, like, there is more on the line than pride here. Like, he took away our ability to heal. So, like, we know. We don't need his approval to know that, yeah, we don't need the champion's help if he doesn't, like, specifically cheat and take away our ability to heal. But fine. So you took away our ability to heal, and now we have to admit we're weak so you can give it back. Fine, whatever. Whatever helps you sleep at night, I guess. But we're not here to be the champion. We're not here to be the very best like no one ever was. We are here to stop the Parish song. So whatever it takes... Sure, I am weak. Heal my friends. You are an absolute... This is just so in line with the champion's whole personality. He just wants to lord this over us, and we are older enough and clever enough and mature enough to know that this shit doesn't matter. If he wants to gloat, fine, whatever. We'll let him take his gloat, and then we'll beat him with a fully healed team. Good. There is no shame in accepting help. Your unfainted Pokemon are healed. Good thing we don't have any fainted ones. So that gets us back to... Yep, these guys are all good to go. Let's take everyone's... Well, okay, you can keep your item. This will take back. This will take back. This will take back. No, actually, you can keep the flying gem. This will take back. This will take back. We get a little bit of lore here, too. Vane is a poor replacement. Curiosity without conviction is brittle. The crush of the abyssal depths would break his coward mind. I'll set him at the tower's base. His service at the lighthouse merits some small honor. Sacrifice is cringe. And yeah, if we didn't already have the warmth of nostalgia and the core memory, they do give us a PC and a statue here. And then up next is the next challenge, which we will save for next time. Because we freaking solved Vane. That's a really good note to end on, I think. And I would love to have the others, like, similarly solved by the time you see us again. That would be great. That would be incredible. But we made Vane look easy. I am really proud of that. So, we will save to file B. Thank you, Penguin! Oh, we were actually literally just about to sign off, but you are... lovely. You have been subscribed for 29 months, 28-month streak. You are a great chocobo. So let's go here, save to file B. And there is our save. File B, it looks like this. Throne 1F stairs. This is where you will see us picking up next time, and we will probably switch to an entirely different team of just random odd assortment of misfits. Like, you look at this team, and it's like, Celine, what the fuck are you doing? You just look at this team like, why these 6 Mon? Why them? And now you see. Now you see why. Now you see exactly why. Actually, we could have done it with 5. We didn't even use Shelly for that. That is... And so we're going to probably have something similarly ridiculous next time, and it'll work, hopefully. It's just, you got to figure this game out. That's all there is to it. And like 99 times out of 100, figuring this game out involves baiting it. And we've just demonstrated that. So we are going to end this recording, and we will see you next time.